Oh, well, welcome. Happy Friday. Welcome. Happy Juneteenth. Hope everyone's having a good one. Welcome back. Sorry about no stream yesterday. Normally, I plan in advance. I also don't normally take a lot of stream days off in general, but I was in a good flow getting stuff done for the video. I just was like, you know what? I'm just gonna keep doing this off stream today. And it worked. I mean, I got stuff done. But yeah. Howdy. I know. Thanks, Viz. I know. I was just like, I don't know. Was getting stuff done. I didn't want to chat. No. Well, I mean, sometimes when I'm getting stuff done, I don't know. Well, also there's certain tasks needed for a project like this that I enjoy doing on stream and having it be both an interactive process and having it's like the tug of war of if I'm streaming working and it's been like 3 hours and I haven't got anything done, someone's gonna be like, hey. Like I feel accountable if I'm streaming and I need to be getting stuff done, you know? Whereas if I'm not streaming, it's just entirely up to me. And if I'm like, oops, I opened up a browser tab and I lost an hour of my life, like, you know, that's more inside my brain. So it's a tug of war of like, I feel like streaming keeps me accountable. And then there's obviously more distractions inherent to the process if I'm streaming it, because people are, you know, there's conversations happening, stuff. So anyway, but yeah, there's also things of like certain things of art, like there's stuff that I'll be working with later that I'm excited to implement into the video. Something like backgrounds, things like that I'm like, I don't think it's just like, it's not like I'm like, oh, I have to hide my process. Like, no, I'm an open book when it comes to how I do things. If anyone is ever like, how'd you do this? Or what was your thought process? I'm happy to talk about it. I want to give back in that way because I'm self-taught through the internet. It's more just like, I think there's some things that just are more interesting for me to share about the process. So, anyway, yeah. Val, appreciate it. So, yeah. For a single day, get him. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna get back to it today, though. Things are coming along. Still a lot left to do, but the progress feels real and tangible. And I've knocked out a good chunk of new PNGs for me to wiggle around with, which I am excited to build some scenes that have been eluding me. I've had to be vague about it. So, thank you. Yes, we will be doing that. Let me get caught up on stuff before we get into it. Also, I was yelling about it on Soup, but the new social media platform, Soup. Thank you. P4, oh god, good luck. Tomodachi Life, nice. Hope you enjoy it. It came out like 2 weeks ago, and maybe someone shared it or yelled about it and I missed it. But I was working yesterday and pulling up music in YouTube to listen to while I worked. And YouTube handed me on a silver platter my favorite video of all time now, the like hour-long The Beatles and Ocarina of Time, which has just ruined me physically and emotionally. George is in the shop. I'll share a link to it. I cannot play it on stream. I feel like it's just gonna immediately nuke the VOD. There's enough, like, lengthy samples. The what? There's a link to it. It's called The Entire Ocarina of Time Soundtrack If the Beatles Made It, parentheses, sentence mixing, from the channel Rednas, R-E-D-N-A-S, VGM. And it is an hour and 23 minutes where they took basically the entire Ocarina of Time soundtrack, including, like, fanfares and, like, everything, and it's like, you've probably seen the same thing I've seen, which, like, I find, like, there's varying degrees of interest for me of, like, you know, I recreated Mario 64 in the DK64 sound font, or maybe a better example would be, like, a more modern game in, like, a classic. Like, I made, what's a recent game? What was, like, a big, I can't think of any video games. Name a single video game. Oh, whatever. Just, like, I made a big, Mina, well, Mina's, like, already kind of crunchy and retro. The Beatles. They said the Beatles. It is the guy's like Wind Waker. Cyberpunk. Yeah, like I remade the Cyberpunk soundtrack. Marathon. Whatever. Any game that has like music. I made it in like the Earthbound sound font. This is not that. This is not just like, oh, it's like, what if, you know, here's like Beatles instrumentation for Ocarina. No. No, they not only remade the entire Ocarina of Time soundtrack as if it was made by the Beatles to give it like that kind of tone and style. They sentence, what they call like sentence matching. They took like individual syllables and stitched together lyrics, adding lyrics to these songs, and in so doing created innumerable jokes and weird narrative. There's like a through line where Ganondorf is the tax man, and they're getting rupees and they don't want to pay their taxes. It's like insane. It's like the highest effort shitpost I've seen in a very, very long time, and I was losing my fucking mind. I kept trying to work and listen to it and watch it, and it's also worth watching because the entire thing is like fucking animated with like PNG cutouts of the Beatles. And if you don't know anything about the Beatles, you'll probably still have a good time. I think if you are like me and you have knowledge of the Beatles and Ocarina, holy shit, because this is clearly someone who's familiar with the Beatles and familiar with Ocarina of Time. And there's a lot of shit in there that's just like, this is my new favorite thing. So that ruined me yesterday. Heal My Soul, My Beloved, it's so good. Yes, also every single fucking song starts with Beatles in Forest Temple. It's just like, talking about it's not gonna be as funny. Just go watch it, and yeah, come back to me when you're done. I live near Liverpool. There you go. It's part of your blood. S tier shitpost. It's so good. Ocarina of Time. If it doesn't, it should immediately grab you. There's a few tracks a little bit in. I will just okay, this is a bad idea, but okay, I'm gonna play about 5 seconds of one of the early tracks that murdered me, which was the Dodongo's Cavern. I'm just gonna give you a little snippet. I'm not gonna play the video. Just okay, here we go. I'll give you the visuals. Fine. Don't worry about it. Beatles in the Dungles Captain. Throw the bomb in his eyes, John Paul. No, George, that's a bit stupid. Yeah. I think that's strange, dumb, and crazy. Yeah, like, you know, that idea is silly because how light would the, like... It's like, you know, really would even filter if you had George. I can't. I'm just gonna go through the whole thing and be like, this is good and this is good and this is good. The whole thing, they get the Master Sword and go from their old like aesthetic to like having beards and being older. It's fucking art. Yeah, this is the one that's actually just gonna be the earworm of all time. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about any of this. It's all very, very good and above board. Yeah. It's a work of art, and if you actually sit down with it, like listen to it like a full album. You know, we need to bring that back, and that's what I think Beatles Ocarina of Time speaks to. Like instead of this singles mentality, you just listen to the A side and that's it. You know, just like sit down and experience a full piece from start to finish, and I think you'll really get a lot out of it. Lives Rule hates the Beatles. There's Bath also hates the Beatles, much to my chagrin, which is funny. And the same YouTuber has made a number of Beatles themed shit posts. And I posted about this on Bisky yesterday, and someone replied and sent me, I definitely can't listen to this on stream because it's the song Blackbird, but it's called Blackbird, but Paul keeps spilling the fucking tea. And it's just, you know, Blackbird singing in the dead of night, and it just keeps, there's shattering noises, and he's screaming, and it's like fucking YouTube poop Beatles. And there's a link to that one. So it's good, and Bath and I were just on the floor crying with laughter. It just very good. So anyway, I need to try to get some work done, but just like that's just it. They fight the Dongo, and the lyrics are just lava is molten rocks, hot, 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 hot. Hot, 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 and it's just, it's like, it feels like talking about an inside joke where it's like, if you haven't seen it, it just is not funny. If you've seen it, it's fucking, like, this is a spiritual experience for me now. So anyway, this is the word love. And yeah, and just increasingly, the brain rot of, like, every single song, you're like, when is someone just gonna yell Beatles? As if that was a thing they ever did. It's so funny. Anyway, I'll stop talking about it. I just needed to yell at you about it. You spread some misinformation. Don't have a free as they do. You have to go to the website and search for your tracks. No worries. Thanks for letting me know. Appreciate it. Say the line, Bart. Beatles. Fucking ruined me. That actually reminds me. I did get a very good. Yeah. Also, yeah, using like Paul's screaming, which isn't a number of songs, as like any battle music. He's just screaming. It's just like. And then, you know, Don't give peace a chance. Anyway, it's good. It's good. But yeah, I got a comment on the VOD where I was working on this in DaVinci Resolve. I'll try to keep this brief. Anyone's like, I don't give a shit. But if you care about the editing software that I use and you have experience with it, I was having a lot of frustrations with DaVinci Resolve because there was things I was trying to do that weren't really working. And one of those annoyances. So anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Someone left a comment, just a very long, well thought out comment, going through a lot of my major frustrations and explaining like, here's ways that it could work, here's some workarounds, and some of it was stuff I kind of started to figure out, like using Fusion for some things. And I'm like, I'm okay with using Fusion for some things, but if it just needs to be like half my workflow, that's kind of a non-starter. Like the workflow of using Fusion with footage like this, with a linear timeline editor, I'm not like, oh nodes, I'm scared. It's just like, there's things about Fusion that are good, that it's good at doing, and what I need to do is not like, it's just kind of a mess. But anyway, one of the things I was annoyed about was I couldn't figure this out. In Premiere, for example, whenever I have keyframes going on, I can just grab this little guy and be like, whoop, and it curves the path. So like without that, he's going down, and then if I curve the path, he goes like over to the side and down, and it's just like so very nice to not have to do like a million keyframes, right? And I just could not figure out how to do it. It was extremely intuitive in Fusion, but in the main edit page that kind of looks like this in DaVinci, it didn't work. It turns out you can. It's just, I don't blame myself for not finding this, but also why I'm like so grateful that someone was like, hey, by the way, you can. So when you make a keyframe in Premiere, for example, it gives you this little square icon here, and you can click and move that around. The other keyframes off the screen, but you know, that's another keyframe there. You can, you know, move that around as well. So in DaVinci, those are like little white circles. If you right click in this, it's just like as if you right click anywhere, right? So part of that's like the Premiere brain, and part of it's like, this doesn't seem intuitive to me. If you right click on the keyframe, so you need to have your like selection transform widget up and stuff. So you need the keyframes visible. You right click on the keyframe in the visual, not not over here, not anywhere else to see the keyframe. You right click on it inside the viewport, which is insane to me. And then you change it from linear to smooth, and that gives you handles, and you can turn them and add visual arcs. And I was like, thank you for letting me know. I'm so, it felt crazy to me that wasn't built into edit, that you'd have to do that in Fusion. But that's so unintuitive to me. That's like, you have to go in and right click on a thing that to me that doesn't make sense, that would have a different function than right clicking on a keyframe elsewhere, but it's there, and I needed to yell about it in case anyone's like, oh, I use DaVinci and I didn't know that. There you go. You right click on it, change it to smooth. It's gotta make sense for someone why that's the default, but again, I haven't spent enough time. I just made sure like, oh, that actually does work. But I need to spend more time with it to be like, oh, maybe there's like a good reason why you kind of want it on or off or something. So smooths your DaVinci, exactly. So, yeah, that was fun. But, yeah, noted. Never knew that. Now you know. That's why I wanted to yell about it. And most of the other notes that they left were about, like, Fusion and workflows and trying to do what I consider to be kind of nested sequence stuff, which I still haven't done it. I intend to make a feedback post of some sort to DaVinci to be like, hey, because a lot of things that I'm mad about with DaVinci, like, they feel like this is the way the software is, and it's for a good reason, and it's... I don't want to be so self-centered that I'm like, they should need to change it just for me and my workflow. Like, there's a lot of things where I'm like, this is just kind of like a weird quirk of the way it works, and I can leave feedback, but I have no expectation that this would ever change. It's just like, I find this slightly less intuitive, you know? But something like, if I have a nested sequence, the equivalent of that, a compound clip, or whatever, in DaVinci, and then I add it, and then it crops the edges, and I can't work with that footage the way I would in Premiere. Like, that feels like they have to have a very, very good reason to convince me why this should be the way that it is, because it's so unintuitive and so bizarre to me, and it makes it a non-starter for me. So, anyway, I'm used to having an experience. I sure am. So, yeah, there's that, and that's, I think, about the long and short of it. I'm gonna get caught up on stuff, and we're gonna hop back to it. But I'm sure I'm forgetting other things that I was gonna yap about. But anyway, hope everyone's having a good one. That's the main thing. I'm very excited to be bringing this thing together finally. First of all, between streams, Sawanos resubbed, Amber rated while I wasn't streaming. Thanks, Amber. Annie and Pika, maybe, and Floral Ferns. Thank you all. I actually did remember another thing I was gonna mention because Amber rated. So Amber, I was watching Amber work on the May highlights, must have been. And Twitch has been rolling out a new feature, which in classic Twitch fashion is like neither good nor bad. They just kind of found the most annoying implementation of an idea, which is they've added automatic captioning to clips. So whenever anyone makes a clip and they're rolling this out, and if you've seen this on Twitch, now you might know why, it adds captions. So at the bottom of the screen, it adds captions, and it has like this purple background that kind of follows the word. It's like clearly made for like short form media sharing. They've been really, for a while, leaning into clips, being like, okay, it creates like a vertical format and you can drop it on a TikTok or whatever. They clearly are chasing that. And captions are objectively good. It is objectively good to have subtitles, things like that. The problem is twofold. One, you can't change where the captions are. As far as I know, as the streamer myself, or as someone who clips a stream, you're just locked to where it is at the bottom there. The bigger issue to me is that they're not closed captions, they're open captions. And if you're like, what does that mean? Closed captioning is... The history doesn't so much matter. Closed captioning you can turn on and off. So if you're watching a YouTube video, if you're watching my stream, I have closed captions. You can go to the captions and turn it on. They're not burned in the video. Open captions are burned into the video. So, for example, like up here, where I'm gonna have subtitles that are baked into the video like this, these are effectively open captions. These are different. So, oh no, what? Oh. I saw oh Barry and I saw oh no, and I was like, what? What happened? So because of that, that means that, for example, for my use case, for having Amber, yes, I turned it off. So that's what I was getting at. Is like, so for example, like Amber's working with the highlights and grabbing clips, and if they have captions baked into them, that means the highlights now just have a bunch of, like, in my opinion, kind of annoying, especially on YouTube, that style of captioning, and you can't remove it. So the streamer or the person who made the clip has 30 days to turn off the captions, and then it like stores it in their servers, and then it re-renders. And I'm like, why was this their solution instead of just creating a closed captioning system built into the clip? I mean, it's clearly the idea is to grab a clip and share it on social media and just have it have captions built in. But like, why not let people customize it? Why not let people move where it is? Why not just save 2 versions of every clip? Because that doubles their server capacity. They don't want to do that, I guess. It just so it is a channel-wide setting. So when I hopped on a stream today, I opened up the Twitch dashboard and I had this big pop-up that was like, "We've enabled Twitch captions for you." And I had to go into the settings and turn it off, which I don't want to do. I think captions are good. Again, subtitles are good. Accessibility is good. But I don't like them being burnt into the clips, because that would just make all of the highlights have captions from now on. Any clip I share, I don't have the option to have it on or off. It would just be on. So, I'm glad that it only got enabled today while I wasn't streaming, because I went in, I can look at all the clips made on my channel, and like, it's in the order they were clipped. And there was one person who clipped something yesterday, and that clip had captions on it, so I removed them. But yeah, hit accessibility, got it. Exactly. Why should we CCs? I don't know. Again, the reason to bake them in is to facilitate sharing on other platforms. It's because Twitch for a long time has been kind of chasing the idea of making it easy, and this is probably a good thing. I'm not on TikTok, and I'm not on vertical short-form media, so it doesn't really impact me, but a lot of people are. And going, hey, funny moment from your stream, click a button, it immediately has a vertical version of it that you can change the framing of to fit your overlay, and it has captions baked in. It's ready to go. You don't need to use editing software. Like, that is probably a good thing. But forcing that as like, this is how it works, and you can't change anything, and you can't turn them off. So it's just bizarre. Have a button? I agree. Just because if it's specifically for people sharing clips, just have, when you make the clip, make it like normal, and then when you're sharing it, have a new pop-up that's like, do you want to share a version with captions? It'll take an extra 5 seconds to render, so just wait a second. Like, I just, it's like, again, that's why I'm like, it's not really a good or a bad thing. It's just like frustrating. It's removing choice. I mean, the choice is that I can turn it off, and it's like, okay, sure, but still just kind of mad about it. So, short selling is YouTube too. I know there's this really weird bug where whenever I go into YouTube, they show me this big, whether I'm in the app on my phone or on desktop, they show me all these shorts, and sometimes they have like playable games, which is the thing on YouTube. And I click on this button that says hide this, I don't want to see this, and they go got it, and then the next time I open YouTube, it shows up again. So I click the button to say hide it, and they're like got it, and it goes away, and the next time it comes up again, and that's like clearly a bug, right? I mean, there's no way they would intentionally be lying to me when they're like, okay, we're tuning your algorithm, we'll show you less of these. So it's really strange to me that, you know, this big corporation can't get a button to work. That's so weird. I'm like allergic to short form vertical content, and I genuinely click on those buttons every time it sees it. It has never done anything ever. It makes me feel crazy. So it's fun. I loved being gaslit by the software and websites that I use. Which also, the last thing I'm gonna shut my yap and get some wiggling done. I'm excited to show some of the things that I've done. Yeah, that's gonna be good. Photoshop updated, because I am a sucker and I pay for my Adobe products, which no one should do, especially now, but ever, really. And Photoshop updated, and they changed the home page, where normally it shows this grid of all your recent files as like a thumbnail, and you click on them, and they added this big, so a while ago they added this like featured tab. They'll be like, here's what's new and stuff, and you can collapse it so it hides it and becomes, you know, basically a few pixels tall. And they've now added this giant Gen AI upload an image to do a prompt thing, and you can't collapse it and you can't hide it, and there's a big feature tab you can no longer collapse. So now the homepage has, instead of this big grid of all of your most recent files, it has only the top grid visible. You have to scroll down for the rest, and the text names is cut off. That's how far down the page it's cut off. And like, I'm at 1080p, maybe different resolutions it looks different, but I genuinely, it made me so mad that I made a fucking Adobe community account, and I went onto the website to upvote a thread that was like, this is awful. This is just genuinely bad. And the community response was, well, you can go into your settings and turn off auto show home screen. So I'm like, okay, I'd have to go back to the way Photoshop worked, like, I don't know, 5, 6, 10 years ago, whenever they added the home screen. So now I open up Photoshop and it's blank and empty, and I go to File, Open Recents to grab my old stuff. And that works, right? But having a visual of everything laid out was just like a very quick, intuitive way to be like, I want this one, I want this one. I'm jumping between a lot of things all the time. So, yay! I'm just like, ugh. Just the like, yeah, this is our new home screen experience, and there's currently no way to change anything about it. It's like, this is objectively more friction into my workflow, and for what? For you to push more people towards your AI bullshit. It's good. This is why I redacted old Photoshop. This is why I should. It's genuine. It's like no longer like, I used to be mad at Adobe for the normal reasons of like, it's buggy, it's bloated, they don't listen to feedback, they add features that no one wants, and they've just quadrupled down in that direction in the most infuriating, like, for every one thing that they add, there's 50,000 things that I'm like, this is so bad. The one thing that they did, so Photoshop updated, and like, here's all of our new bullshit, and like, on the one hand, whatever, it was obviously almost all just Gen AI bullshit, where I'm like, why is this in Photoshop? I don't want this. This is an insult to my profession. Leave me alone. Let me opt out of all this. Go away. One of the things on the list, and I'm not gonna touch this. I have no desire to use this, but I'm like, is this, like, let me finish. Is this the first decent application of this technology in something like Photoshop? And the stickler is, this is probably using some sort of Gen AI thing, and it doesn't need to. It's arguably just like machine learning. I don't know. They don't tell you how it works, so who's to say it's not built on, you know, stolen data. But the feature is, for people that make stuff in things like Photoshop, you end up with 50,000 layers, and they're all just numbers and letters. I try to stay organized, and I try to group things together in folders and title things appropriately. They have a feature that they're like rolling out or whatever, where you click a button and it's supposed to go through and organize it for you. It can delete empty layers that have nothing in them, and it'll try to determine what's on each layer and name it appropriately. And I'm like, again, I have no use case for this. I will never use this, and I don't know how it works under the hood, so I'm inherently suspicious of it. But like, having a button to actually help you with your job, not automate bullshit, not offload it to a cloud server to just do bullshit with it, but taking your work and being like, now it's easier for you to work with because we helped organize it. Is that the first time I've ever seen anything where I'm like, wait, that seems useful for someone? who's actually not using these technologies. But again, I can't trust it, and I even if I wanted to use it, I'm just like, I'm inherently distrustworthy. If anything, when my LS come over, we wouldn't know where it is. So it sounds sus. Again, it's like you probably don't need AI to do that, but you could use a simpler version of that just is like, yeah, I can just go through and automatically detect what's in your layers to an extent. Also, yeah, it probably just fucks up and is more trouble than it's worth. You probably have a layer that's just like 5,000 characters of gibberish. So who knows? I cannot speak to it because I haven't used it. But right, it's like I know almost every artist I know is like naming layers. What the fuck? They see my workflow and they're like, first of all, you have way too many layers, and second of all, you've named these layers. That's crazy to me. And I'm like, I don't know how else to work. So soundtrack's good. Anywho, yeah, it'll actually end up deleting things. Like, oh yeah, you thought that was an empty layer? It's not. Believe me, I know better. Yeah. So, again, I'm not sitting there going, this is a great thing. I mean, I guess my point is like that's actually a good idea, but I can't trust the implementation execution of the idea because that's the world we live in. Another sort of tail flip. Tail flip specifically, no, because that is owned by Maker Studios, as far as I recall. And Maker Studios was bought by Disney, and I don't think Maker Studios exists anymore. So it would never be Table Flip in brand name or IP. But I love board games, and I love playing board games with people. So doesn't run on my own shitty hardware. Yep, exactly. And also, like, they don't tell you this runs locally on your device, or this, it's just, my assumption is it's all sending your data to the cloud, which also I don't trust that. I don't trust whatever I'm working on to just be sent up to their servers to scrape it and then build more tools off of without my consent, so I don't want to use it. So, new layer favorite color, that's the way to do it. So, it might work by 2035, yeah. Board games are fun. We haven't done any tabletop sim in a while, which is kind of the closest thing too, because I don't live near people that I know, for the most part, so, it would be hard to do right now, so. Let me run my shit. I don't want your machine to do it. Real. D&D with me and my friends. Oh, I mean, I don't know you, so probably not, to be honest. But I appreciate you thinking of me. How about just to live in Texas? It's okay. It's okay. It's not as bad as I feared, but it's still not really where I intend to stay long term. We're here not out of choice. It's more out of here's where the job was. So, friend slop board game stream. Friend slop board slop. So, thank you. Super Go Fish. Ooh. How many Calsicles still we since moved? Oh my, they just pile up at the door, Viz. I try to open the door to our apartment, it's just a pile of shit. That, I've yelled about our apartment before. It's fine. It's okay. It's just a massive apartment with like 30 million people living in it, and it's owned by a corporation that owns 50 billion properties. So we're just like a cog in the machine, right? They sent out an email, that was like, by the way, the leasing office will be closed. This was a couple days ago. It'll be closed today, Friday, the 19th. And the way they phrased it is, it will be closed because of the holiday. And I squinted and I was like, what holiday? Apartment complex that I live in? What? Why are you being weird and not saying the name of the holiday? It was like the weirdest fucking thing I could imagine. Say it. It's like, come on. God. Fucking crazy out here. Anyway, okay. I've been yapping for half an hour. I haven't gotten any work done. Let me change that. I got caught up on exactly one thing, and I was like, right, Amber reminds me of all of my software woes. I don't associate Amber with software woes. It just reminded me of her working with the clips and seeing the captions, and that sent me on a whole rant. So, this isn't a fucking movie. What do you think this is? Big D Dockin' Dude resubbed as I was setting up for 13 months. Said pre-stream resub. Good luck with art. Thank you. This is my art, and it's coming along great. Squiverbrains, thanks for 98 months. Ryan's a turd. Thanks for 47 months. Keep it up. Thank you. Bagel T, thanks for the hammy with the MGS3 Snake Eater RNG. Growing up, did you ever think or feel gaming would be part of your career? And if so, when did it occur? No. Growing up, I played games. I loved games. I had gaming magazines. And it wasn't even like an unattainable dream. I don't think I realized that it was even a viable path that one could take. I didn't have a clear connection between how games were made and how you could get there. And I wasn't Like, I've always been this kind of a nerd, but I didn't have access as far as I was. I'm probably could have found it, but like, I didn't really have access to like learning how to code. I didn't have the ability to like make my own crappy, like outside of like, I'm thinking of something like KidPix where you can like make little drawings. Like there might have been some little software things like that where it's like make your own games and they're all really bad. And it's just kind of like, well, that's clearly all I can do. So I never really crossed my mind. And then also an industry around games didn't really exist in the same way. There was some games media like magazines, but you know, in the web 1.0 days of the internet, the idea of like being able to monetize talking about video games, that's insane. So no, at no point in my childhood, adolescence, or young adulthood did any of this seem. And then even as like YouTube started to pop up and like, you know, I have a weird number of friends who wound up doing YouTube, considering we're all around the same age group and, you know, grew up before any of this existed. Even seeing like some of my friends build channels and have success doing that, I never thought that that was me. I never thought that that was something that I could do. Because again, I didn't have, you know, I made some short movies with my friends in high school, and I wasn't even the editor on those projects. We just kind of fucked around and my friend slapped them together. And we burnt them onto DVDs and brought them to school to watch on the AV cart because I'm old. So yeah, like I didn't know what I wanted to do. I knew I enjoyed games, but I never thought about it. It wasn't really until college. And even then, I've told the story before, and I'm gonna be very brief because, my God, I want to get something done before it's been an hour in a stream. But I spent I spent a couple years in college bouncing between different programs. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I wound up at NYU mostly because I was like, I think it'd be neat, and they accepted me. And then I transferred from the College of Arts and Sciences to Gallatin, which is a school of individualized study where you make your own major. And I spent a year studying like business because I was like, that seems like a, you know, if you know business, you can be a business. And then I learned about the games program at NYU, the NYU Game Center, because of a minor requirement that I needed to take. And I was like, I can take a class about games, that's neat. But even that whole process made me think about games in a different way. I wasn't thinking about it as like, this is a career for me. It wasn't until then, like kind of my senior year of college, when I took a couple Game Center classes that were actually focused on like game design. And it was one class I took was focused on building tabletop games, board games, pen and paper games, and just working through design and iteration. And that's where, to this day, a lot of my thinking about how you make a game comes from, you know, a single semester long course, because I don't have a ton of experience making games. I'm just some guy. But then there was one class that was I was gonna say game maker. It's game design studio. I don't remember the name of the class. But that actually, over the course of one semester, we made a game in Unity. But even that class, I ended up being the audio guy. Same with all the game jams I did in college. I had a MacBook with GarageBand, and I knew how to use it, so I did all the sound effects and music and stuff like that. And that was fun, but I wanted to be in it, and it wasn't really until I started actually learning how to code and learning Unity by myself in like 2016 that that was like, you know, maybe I could make a game, and I'm still working towards that now that I'm learning Godot. Yeah, I've made some things, but my goal is still I want to be able to make little like game jam scoped projects and put them out and have people play them and give me feedback and kind of like hone my skills in design and learning that cycle. I think that would be a very fun thing to try. But in terms of like the YouTube Twitch side of things, of like talking about games and making videos about games, no, I kind of fell ass backwards into this entire career. And so I know it wasn't your question. It was just like, did I think about it? But I've had people ask me like, you know, what advice do you have for people starting out, or people that aspire to do this? Or, you know, when you were in high school, did you think you'd be into YouTube? I'm like, YouTube didn't exist. Like, no. And so and also like, I fell into, due to nepotism, due to knowing one of the guys, I fell into editing for Game Grumps. And I didn't know any editing until I was learning it on the job. So like, yeah, I think I have a work ethic and a sense of humor and things that I've, you know, honed over the years that's adaptable to multiple different things. But yeah, I don't know how I fell into any of this. I'm very lucky and happy to do it. So plus nepotism, just luck. I mean, the nepotism side of it is like, I've told this story before, but like I graduated from college, was trying to stay in New York because I love the city and I had 4 years of friendships I built up there and I wanted to stay in there. But the games industry in New York is and was strange. And also, I didn't have any marketable skills. Cronyism? No. And so I moved back to LA and was moving back in with my parents. And I was like, well, I guess I'll just try to figure something out from here. And that's when I was talking to John at the time. And he was like, yeah, I have a 2-bedroom apartment. Come live with me rent-free and just hang out. And I was like, okay. And then like a week of that, I was finishing a job. I was working in New York at the time remotely. Finished that job, actually had no income. And he was like, I'll teach you how to hit Control-Shift-K. And I'll teach you how to do some game grumps. And that's how it started. So if that's not nepotism, it's not like they put out a call of like, we want to hire on an editor, and then I was at the top of the list because I had a personal relationship. It's just like the only reason any of that happened was because of a personal connection. So I don't know if that's like textbook definition of nepotism, but that's what I call it, because it doesn't feel like I earned it off of merit. You know, it wasn't like I was an experienced editor and then I was like, here's what I can provide as value. It was just like, this isn't a hard job, you can do it, right? And then it, you know, was the rest from there. So it's crazy how stuff happens. This is a bad apply. Yeah, I don't think it applies here. So that's why I call it nepotism, because it rings true for me, and I'd rather be honest about what that was than be like, no, I'm amazing, and I you know, immediately it just proved my value, and nothing in life is random. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Damn, he's good. Yeah. So, anywho, on that note, thank you for the hammy. Crumb, thanks for 4 months. Finished Mina the Hollower this week, and boy howdy, it's first time in a while I lost track of time while playing a game. Same. I fell in love with Mina. I've been chipping away off stream. I finished the game 100% off stream. I was at like 88% or something, 87, something like that completion. I wasn't missing much. I did that off stream, and then I picked it back up, and it's kind of been my comfort game outside of stream to like hop into. I've been doing a second playthrough, trying to go for the achievement to beat the game without ever entering an underlab. Which, of course, don't do that on a first playthrough, but it just means there's a modifier that prevents you from entering an underlab. So if you're gonna go for that, do that, because if you die, it spawns you in the underlab. So if you turn on the modifier, you spawn outside of it. It's neat though. As a second time playthrough, as like a challenge mode, I'm not doing New Game Plus yet. I just did a new playthrough. It's neat because it changes sort of the way you think about the game in a way that is bad for first playthrough, but it's kind of neat for second playthrough. And like, that's the kind of achievement that I think is neat to go for, because it's like, oh, I have to think through the game a little bit differently. If I want to change out my loadout, I kind of need to go back to town, which is interesting. You kind of get locked into things when you get a new, anytime you get a new trinket, you can open up the menu and equip it, but you can also swap out all of your loadout. So like, sometimes it's strategic to be like, oh, I'll leave this trinket here, but then after I do this section, I might want to change out my loadout, and I don't want to go all the way back to town. So it's kind of neat. It's cool. The no death modifiers to play through. You start, yeah, oh yeah. I don't. Going for a no death playthrough doesn't sound fun to me, because I feel like that would just turn into me being like, I'm about to die, I'm gonna hit Alt F4, and just kind of cheese it that way, because that's the path of least resistance, and like, that's not as interesting to me. That doesn't change the way I play the game in like a way that is fun for me. That just becomes a grind to get it done. And I don't, that's also why I'm like, I don't want to get all achievements, just the ones I'm like, that sounds kind of neat. So, but I'm also just enjoying playing more Mina. It's a very fun game, and trying different loadouts and weapons and stuff. It's a good game. Maggie Birch, thanks for 100 bits. Thank you. Also, Mina has merch now, and I haven't bought any of it yet because it's pricey, but they have like shirts and a plushie that's sold out, and now has pre-orders that will ship out next year. I'm like, whew. But I'm glad people are enjoying it, because it's good. Dear Honor fan, thanks for gifting out a sub. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emotes. I don't know who it went to, but thank you very much, Dear Honor fan. Citarel, thanks for 37 months. Reprogram, thanks for 89 months. Firmly grasp the PNG like Mina. Rotate faster. Happy 89. Is this a funny number yet? Because 789? Yeah, it could be. Pippa J, thanks for 2 years. I now have Tomodachi Life. Add a bunch of creatures to it and shake them around. Thank you. Starius, thanks for soup. Gonna play the Deltrum game next Wednesday. Yes. So Bath and I, are gonna play Deltarune. So Bath and I like to play Deltarune together. I'm not gonna play it without them. They're currently working on a replay-through of like the weird route on their stream. And they're on chapter 3, I think. We will be able to stream a bit of it on Wednesday. But we'll have to wait till Bath is done with their big boy job to start. And then I have D&D that night. So we're probably gonna only get like, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours, which is not nothing. I guess it kind of depends on how big the chapters. Because last time we got chapters 3 and 4 at the same time, so there was a lot of game to get through. And if chapter 5 is comparable to one chapter, probably won't take too many streams to get through. But at least Wednesday we'll do a chunk. And then Thursday and or Friday, however long it takes, probably just be starting a bit late, so Bath is able to finish work. Because it probably wouldn't be a good look if they're like, oh, I'm gonna hop off work early, and then if someone happened to find them on Twitch, be like, hey, wait a sec. So, yeah, Bath is working on Weird Route stuff on their channel. I think they'll be streaming more tonight, so if you're enjoying that. Because I'm familiar, Bath and I off stream did the Snowgrave routes for chapter 2. And I'll be vague because there's no point in spoiling stuff. Someone's like, I haven't played any of it yet. But there's a secret optional boss in the Snowgrave route. That was the worst time I've ever had with any Toby Fox boss. We ended up turning on Cheat Engine or whatever it is just to like cheese it, because that fight was so unfun to try to grind. I was getting so tilted. I'm glad I wasn't streaming it. And also, like, I've never used any kind of cheat hacks things on stream to beat anything. But if I did, I'd be, like, super honest of, like, this is what I'm doing. So I don't want to have anyone be like, wah, you cheated. It's like, yeah, chapter 2. The chapter 2, there's an alternate path, and it ends with a boss from the regular path, but it's like a souped up, harder version of them. And it was just so stupidly frustrating, so. And don't get me wrong, I have no shame on people, you know, same thing I'm talking about Mina, like turn on all the modifiers. If you're like, this game is neat, but I hate the way healing works, or I hate the way the knockback, it's like, there's so many modifiers. I strongly believe you should be able to tailor games to your tastes. Within reason, I don't know. Should you be allowed to turn Mina into a text adventure? Maybe, but that seems like a lot, so. I don't know what I'm talking about at this point, but. I'm excited for Deltarune. Alistair, thanks for 67 months. Good number. Very good number. Sarsum, thanks for 46. Hi. Ran, Kostak, thanks for 57 months. Found 57 Lukes with 57 jars of jam in each of their pockets. How much jam does Luke have? 3. 1,000 tomatoes. Thanks for 8 months. And Pedal Charite. Thanks for 11. I remembered my Prime. Thank you for the Prime. Did you know with Prime, you can and you should use it somewhere. Doesn't have to be here, but it's gotta be. Hey, chat, look at this.
Calls him and says, "Let me introduce you to your support team, Snake."
Look at that. It's a lot that happens in 1 second, but I'm happy with how it turned out.
Let me introduce you to your support team, Snake.
The radio, like, slides into frame and, like, turns on and, like, turns off, and then that boots up. Look at that. And I got all the text coming in.
To your support.
Chapter 3 issue ever. Whoa. Whoa. I don't know what I did. Hello? Okay. Everything's fine. But then, where did the audio meet? Oh, boy. Oh, I turned the entire screen into
Best. He eats a pack of cigarettes.
Oh. How about I, workspaces, reset to save the layout? There we go. That's more like it, although that's... I've had an issue with Premiere. Not just the one. Since the dawn of time, I've made a custom layout where I just have a few panels where I like them. And, no, it's one. It's gotta line up. Yeah. And every time I reset, it just will, like, forget that I have this up here. And I'm like, okay, why are you saving my layout if you're not saving my layout? The past hour or so stream, just, you know, I've been having issues with everything, ever.
Let me introduce.
What I did, okay, so what, first of all, this can go in there. I have me when I've made and finished a bunch of these. There he is. Fit the frame. There he is. There's my beautiful Campbell. And I've got a snake over here. Yeah, meh. Fit the frame is fine. There he is. So we got the FaceTime boys coming in hot. So I need to add those. I saved it. Where is it? It's been saved. Because I'm going through and trying to... Because I'm a crazy person, I've decided not only to animate the text coming in, but I'm properly adjusting the radio frequency as well as send versus receive state.
Hey, Snake, like my...
So, real quick, I'm gonna try to slot some of these together. Don't need any of this. And I'm gonna go up here. I was also like, I think I should have these. I'm gonna slop it all together in like a human slop way. No, don't. Why not? You don't think a snake and a colonel in the middle of a battlefield could come to really know each other intimately? You gonna get this cigarette up his nose? What do you think about a super secret operative like me and a guy in the chair like you? Do you think love can bloom on the battlefield? And says, I don't know, maybe like here? How would, I guess I'm like, either they could come in empty and have the portraits pop in. They could like grow into view, like something like this, and then the scale height, and then have it be like boop. It could do like a boop, or it could do just like a simple slide in the frame. I feel like a bloop might work, but it might not. So let me try to do a bloop. Yeah, I feel like doing a bloop feels more like things turning on as opposed to just... Also, we already have the text box kind of like sliding in because I had it in the game. It like grows down from top to bottom, so I kind of emulated that, but I have it kind of grow out and then slide down. I don't know. Just gotta get a little fancy with it sometimes. And also, I'm not animating any of this for view. It's like when it first appears, it looks fancy, and then the rest of the time, no, it's just very static. But hopefully, it's not boring to look at. Is a buiu is more for turning off? A buiu, it's not a buiu, but it's like a bloop. But yeah, it's like a CRT turning off would like become like a thin little line and then disappear. Let's just see. I can always try it and be like, actually, I hate this. That's the joy of iteration. Yeah, like there, and then. Boop. Let's go up to like 78 and then back down to 75. Just a little bit of a bounce.
Let me introduce you.
Oh, that's pretty fun. Also, because I didn't draw it as a perfect square, it's kind of got this sheared rhombus kind of vibe going on.
Let me introduce.
That's fun. All right, let's do that with you.
Let me introduce.
And yeah, because it's gonna have his but it's the same vertical position.
Let me introduce you to...
Yeah!
Calls him and says...
Let me go back a little further.
Colonel calls him and says... Let me introduce you to your support...
Also, the reason Snake slides away here is because I originally just cut from him to an empty screen and had everything slide in, but for one, I didn't have enough time. Just everything had to come in really fast. It already feels pretty fast. And for two, I don't know. It's just fun to slide him around.
Calls him and says, let me introduce you to your support team, Snake. You remember your...
Okay, and then Miller, and Snake is here the whole time. Ugh. Schlorp it. We don't have time. I like how Madnar only gives him my bad law for helping kill Marvin, not thank for actually personally killing him. Yeah, I'm glad you... That tickles me as well. And then we got... Did I not save out Miller? That's his frequency, that's his picture. I have empty, I have Holly, Johan, Marv. Did I forget to save out Miller? Miller! I don't want to open up Photoshop if I could avoid it, but I might need to. I didn't save out Miller! No! Alright. Let me save that out real quick. That's in here. I have to open up Photoshop. Brace. Brace for impact. Brace for computer going, wait, you have how much RAM? I want it all. Also, these projects are very big. Yep. Okay. Turn this off and this off. Oh god, it's lagging a bit. Radio. There they are. Leave that and that. Turn on Miller. There he is. There he is. Miller! This and this and this. There we go. Miller. Miller. Myler. Radio P. Miller. The P stands for portrait. Yeah. Whoa. Okay. Also, if anyone remembers when I drew this like a year ago, he did have a cheek and a chin. However, I totally didn't crash a height. No, this dude, super trustworthy. Yeah, he, should have it in here. Jaw. Yeah, so like it looked something like this. Yeah, I can just hide the, like I have a jaw like that, or maybe like this. Where he's just kind of like looking over the side, and then at some point I had this layer off, and I just really like him filling the whole square. Like, it also, like, between him and the Colonel, it basically, I don't need you anymore. It feels like old men bad at FaceTime. It's got like a very fun kind of, it's like way too close. It's like, yeah, FaceTime your grandparents, yeah. And like the Colonel's older, so it's like, okay, sure, but then like Miller just, he's not that old, he should know better. Oh, there he is. I am not a cat. Oh god, he's so big. Hey, Snake, like my sunglasses? Yup. Hey, Snake, like my sunglasses? Do this. Too close. Way too close. Yeah. You can hear them over the radio.
Oh my god, Mr. Miller, hi! And this.
Go back to Colonel.
Hi. And this is Johan Jakobsen. He's a zoologist. It's very...
Go here, we got Johan. There he is. I really tried to capture the whimsy of Johan without making him feel like he's about to murder me. And I think we got most of the way there. Yeah, I was working on this in a call with friends, and I think it was Katie was like adamant I had a shiny spot to his head. So, there you go.
It's very good to meet you, Snake. Did you know snakes like food?
No, I did not.
Then his radio goes beatly deep, and he goes, how'd you get this number? And this lady goes, I'm Holly White.
All right. Not 47, no. Curve this. Beatly deep. Snake here. I only have the one snake portrait. It might just be the one snake. He doesn't really have a whole lot of different emotions and calls in this game. I mean, maybe he does. We'll see. I'm getting to the point where I'm like, I want to stop just making art that feels fun to make and just be like, what do I absolutely need for the video to exist? And then if there's time and I feel like, yeah, you know, I really feel like it would elevate if he had a separate portrait. It's fine. Like the One Ring. One snake to rule them all. And Holly there. There she is.
And this lady goes, I'm Holly White. I'm a journalist.
I also like him being really mad and upset and then having whatever the fuck this expression is. Unknowable ass stare.
Snake goes, I'm Holly White. I'm a journalist and I've been undercover here for a month. Let me help you. And Snake goes, are you tall? You sound tall. And she goes, what? But just then, Snake walks into a door and goes, ow.
Yeah, I still need to figure out what walking into a door looks like. That's fine. What's the next radio call? There we go. Hey, I get to finally show this. So, we have a Czech speaker in the video. Let me hook it up. But I'm very excited. His name is Vahist, and he has a YouTube channel. When I put out the call for like I want a Czech speaker, I got several extremely high quality responses. So it was difficult to narrow it down. Yeah. So who I wound up with after much deliberation, yeah, he's got a channel, goes by Vahist, and what I was gonna say is it is possible that you'll recognize him. Either if you're just like, I'm super into Czech YouTube channels, because he has a channel, but he's a Deus Ex speedrunner, and I found this after he emailed me, and I was looking at his channel, because he sent me a video of him walking through the Deus Ex speedrun in Czech. He made a video, like, a very funny, well-edited video that's in Czech, but has English subtitles, so I can find the link for it. But he speedran Deus Ex at GDQ 2025. I missed it because it was like 6 a.m. my time or something, but like, I was like, this is like a crazy fucking small world, because like I've been at GDQ and he seems like a very cool dude. And he's fluent in Czech, and was able to do this.
Calls it and...
Halo, kdo tam je? Jak jste našli tuhle frekvenci? Našel jste oblast s vzkazem. Můžete mi pomoct? Mluvíte česky?
I don't know what you're saying. I'm Dr. Madnar.
It's fucking great. It makes me so happy. And then up here we have this bit here.
Excuse me.
Je tam někdo?
Wait, Dr. Marv?
Gustavo, jsi to ty?
Yes.
Drží mi tu v celé na základě na severu. Pomozte mi, prosím.
He says he's being held in a detention center to...
There's that, and then also the beginning of the video. There's gonna be extra music, so...
Here is 1999. There's this scientist named Dr. Keel Marv who's jamming out to the radio.
You out, living la vida loca.
When he accidentally creates a really potent biofuel which he calls Oilix. On his way to a demonstration, he's kidnapped
nice.
and taken to Zanzibar land, a military state.
There you go. There you go. I'm really happy with this too. I was like, yeah, when he gets kidnapped, which I need to draw him getting grabbed in a net. He says, oh, net.
He's kidnapped
nice.
and taken to...
Which is effectively check for like an oh no kind of thing. So that like I was like, I want him to not be obviously check unless you know the game already. It's like meant to be kind of a surprise when he calls them and he's just like, I don't, what does this mean? And also like this font happens to work with the diacritics, which made me very happy. So it's like accurate to what he was saying. So yeah. Is this picture he was picture of Einstein for? I think that was Madnar. I don't remember who Marv is in the game. I think Einstein is Madnar. Is it actually called Zanzibar Land? Yes. Yes. That is not a bit. The name of this area is Zanzibar Land. Remarv this man. And yeah, I can translate this. I can tell you what he's saying, but is it more fun if I don't? For any Czech speakers, you'll be like, oh, okay. Hopefully you can speak to its veracity. That like I actually found a real Czech speaker to make it work. Zanzibar earrings? Maybe. Remarv? Oh. If they give us a Metal Gear 2 remake in 3D. Metal Gear 2 remarved. Yeah, let me get this put together. Just get rid of this. And yeah, okay, so radio receive.
Snake call.
Fit. So we have the radio. Also, part of the reason I wanted to slide everything in the frame was because I drew this whole ass radio and I think it looks pretty good. And it's just covered up by the text box. In the game, the whole thing's visible, but it's like a 4:3 aspect ratio, and like it made sense to kind of crop it like this. But I was like, I want people to know I drew the whole thing. It's the joy of like I made all the art and I'm the one putting it together, so I can be like, no, I want people to know.
Calls it and...
Hello, kdo tam je?
So we got the text box, and then we need Snake. Yep. Put him in there. I made this, and then I want the gray window. No, the empty window. There we go. I love how ominous half of this OST is. Just someone hitting a note, and it's really intense.
Snake calls it and...
Hello?
How do I want to do this? I also need its frequency. The Marv frequency. And I think I talked about this already, but when I did the frequencies, I drew a segmented display. And then I'm able to toggle on and off each of the segments. Because I tried just drawing the numbers and it didn't look right. But weirdly drawing each little line and then being able to toggle them on and off to make different numbers actually... So I could, in theory, like, when it's tuning to a different frequency, have it roll up all the numbers and it would look right. But I'm like, that's too much work and not worth it. But...
Snake calls it and...
Hello?
So then we go from empty to... Let's go like frame 1... Switch to Marv mode. Computer activate Marv mode. There he is. I just happened to get the backgrounds kind of are close. It wasn't supposed to be. Man, it's invented a digital clock. I don't know. The kitty is snoring.
Hell yeah. Snake calls it and...
Hello? Kdo tam je?
Maybe a little bit earlier.
And...
Hello? Kdo tam je?
Calls it and...
Hello? Kdo tam je? Jak jste našli tuhle frekvenci?
Yeah.
Snake calls it and...
Hello?
Or is it more like on and?
Snake calls it and...
Hello? Kdo tam je? Jak jste našli tuhle
Something about it feels weird.
Snake calls it...
I don't know what the right... Hello?
And
Hello?
Chat, you have one guess. What does this word mean in Czech? What does this Czech word mean in English? You have exactly one guess.
Snake calls it and
Halo? Kdo tam je? Jak jste našel frekvenci?
Master Chief? Got it. You got it in one.
Snake calls it and
Halo? Kdo tam je?
Do I want it earlier?
Snake calls it and
Halo? Kdo tam je?
Maybe earlier's better.
Snake calls it and
Halo?
What's one?
Snake calls it and
Halo? Kdo tam je?
Not that early.
Snake calls it and
Halo? Kdo tam je? Jak
I could also do like a little bounce. I would have to like do a weird nesting thing to make it look right, but I could, you know, do a similar kind of like have him arrive. Do I still have this in my clipboard? I don't. Where were you? There you are. Grab this and then bring it over here. Hello? Okay, huh? What? Why, Premiere? I would ask you why, but I don't think either of us knows. No, that's hamsters. That's that. There we go. Marv. To here.
and
Halo?
calls it and
Halo?
I guess what I could also do is just have there be nothing here.
Snake calls it and
Halo? Kdo tam je?
Yeah. In my mind, I was like, it's an empty square that he then populates, but maybe we just do that.
Snake calls it and
Halo?
Let me do it a little bit quicker so it feels more kind of frantic.
calls it and
Halo? Kdo tam je?
Yeah, okay.
Snake calls it and
Halo? Kdo tam je? Jak jste našel frekvenci?
Yeah.
Našel jste oba s vzkazem. Můžete mi pomoct? Mluvíte česky?
I don't know what you're saying.
I also like the text getting bigger with each line. I like it because I did it. I mean, how many times have I made a thing been like, I don't like it? So, waiting for Star Fox. I hope you enjoy it. I still haven't played the demo because I'm unsold. I'm not sold on it yet. And I don't know if the demo will change how I feel about it, but I figure I might as well. Receive. Change from receive to send. Because this is important to me and no one else. That when Snake's talking, it switches from rekvd to send. Someone's gonna notice that who's not watching me make it, and they're gonna be like, neat. And for that one person, it was worth it.
Česky?
I don't know what you're saying. I'm Dr. Madnar.
There he is. Dr. Madnar. I would if I wasn't here. Well, there you go. That's what it's all about. That's who it's for. I don't know. I like making details that aren't like blink and you'll miss it 1 frame bits, but just like, oh, they actually went. I mean, again, watching the stupid Beatles Ocarina of Time thing yesterday, that entire video is exercising like, oh, they went the extra mile to do this idea. Anything you can think of, they did it. Fucking, I can't stop thinking about it. Okay, Famarv changes to Famadnar. Famadnar. And then Marv changes. So this, I don't have an actual George is in the shop. Even something as stupid as like, once there was a way to get back home. Sweet little darling, do not cry. And I will sing this lullaby. Zelda's lullaby is like fucking Quill on fire. Like, that's so smart. So good. Oh, it's genius. Actually genius work. This is the text. Yep. So I need to make room for Marv. Make way. Marv needs to enter the scene, everybody. So I think I need two layers. Is this my first time going up to 9 layers? It is. Oh boy. Yippee. Get excited. There, wait. There we go. You watch 83 minutes of building? Oh, hell yeah. You're welcome. When I get to the bottom, I go back to the boss, the Goma fight. It's very good. Definitely. If you need to space that, I understand. It might be too much. You might risk overdosing. Doing it in one sitting.
Dr. Madnar.
He is Dr. Madnar. Whether or not you realize it, it's true. Marv. That's Radio Marv. All we hear is Radio Marv.
Dr. Madnar.
Is that Dr. Madnar? There's no way to know. I need my radio empty. No. Radio frame. And then the background. And then I'll put Madnar. Because I wanted to fuck with him. So I have to do it this way. And then where's my beautiful Madnar? Madnar? There he is. And, I still have the instinct of wanting to look over and be like, let me make a mask. No. Alas. They changed it, arguably for the better. But, hello? Hello? No. Madnar. Opacity. Pen tool. There we go. Doesn't have to be perfect, but... Yeah. And like there. There. And there. There he is. He's inside the box. He's been contained.
I'm Dr. Madnar.
It's terrifying. Gah. It's such a good OST. It's phenomenal. This game will ruin you if you get into it, Void Stranger, and Metal Gear. I guess I'm just drawn towards games that ruin you.
I'm Dr. Madnar.
Yeah, I wish there was a way to not have that track with him. I guess I could just nest it. It's fine. Enhance? I'm always hitting the big enhance button. Come on, it says man's capacity 5%. No! Do I want him, like, a little bit zoomed in? A little bit zoomed in. And then we'll just fix it. If I was smarter, I would just properly nest this and mask it and then do it all at once. But, you know, I don't wanna. I don't have to explain myself to you. What do you know about what I'm doing? I don't know. Atomic Trickstar, thanks for 58 months. That's a lot of months.
I'm Dr. Madnar.
That's great. That's flawless.
I'm Dr. Madnar. By the way, Marv can only speak Czech and Slovak.
That's true. And then... So all of this needs to be extended out. Is that... Yeah. And then...
By the way, Marv can only speak Czech and Slovak. He's also very shy. Find Gustava Hefner. She evaded capture and is now disguised as an enemy soldier, which means there's simply no way to...
I'm just gonna do this as a separate cut rather than messing with keyframes.
Bathroom. This is a good and normal idea I just had.
And then maybe he goes back to normal? We'll see. But now, computer enhance. Yes, grow my Madnar, grow! Make my Madnar grow! And then, I don't want any keyframes. Snake, help! Snake, help! They made me bigger! Snake! Snake, help! They gave me the mega mushroom, Snake, I'm huge! Snake! How's that? Yeah, it looks good.
No way to wait, I know. Ambush her in the women's bathroom.
Maybe we go back down.
Women's bathroom. This is a good
Yeah.
bathroom. This is a good and normal.
A little bit earlier.
This is a good and normal idea I just had.
Yeah. There's invisible soldiers in the elevator. Wait, the capacity of the elevator is too high. What the hell? Okay, and then...
I'm Dr. Madnar. By the way, Marv can...
Let's get the subtitles in here. Snake, help!
Madnar. By the way...
They're sending me to the void. Snake! Yeah, have you ever heard of Yo-Noid? He's cool. Yeah.
By the way, Marv can only speak Czech and Slovak.
Uh-huh. So this is the kind of stupid way that I'm doing this, because in better software, Marv can only speak Czech and Slovak. In better software, like I believe in DaVinci Resolve and After Effects, you can take text sources and keyframe how many characters have appeared. So to do this kind of text displaying over time is extremely trivial. You just have a slider that can be like, from 0% to 100%. Look, now the text is there. Premiere, to my understanding, doesn't let you do that. So what you can do is you can keyframe the source text, which lets you keyframe all of these parameters, including the actual text. So that's how I'm able to do it like this, is like each one of these keyframes is just how much text is there. And fortunately, I can just keyframe it in reverse, which is significantly easier.
By the way, Marv...
Oh, by the way. By the way, Marv can only speak Czech and Slovak. There we go.
can only speak Czech and Slovak. He's also very shy.
So I can just go to a random point, hit source text, go back a frame, go in here, hit backspace, and fortunately, I don't have to click back in there again. I can just go back, 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 and I just do this over and over again. So this is how you do things in Premiere, I think. If there is a simple % of text on screen parameter, it could be worse. As far as I know, you weren't able to do that before. So, but going in reverse is better than when I first started. I was like, oh, I'm having to type each letter out one by one, and that sucks. I was like, wait, reverse would be way easier.
By the way, Marv can only...
But I think it's worth it because the text appearing like that just feels really good to me. It's also how it appears in the game, but like that doesn't really matter. It's just like for a relatively static screen, it's nice to have a little bit of kind of free life in it.
By the way, Marv can only speak Czech and Slovak. He's also very shy.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna get to more interesting animation bits soon. I just kind of wanted to start with knocking out a lot of the radio stuff since I made the portraits and finished the art for it. You think he's Dr. Madnar? I don't know if you can trust him about that. If C doesn't walk up and say who he is, can you really be certain?
He's also very shy.
I think that should be its own line. He's also very shy.
He's also very shy.
Yeah, I like that by itself. Now we go back. Do 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 do. Boop boop. Uh-huh.
He's also very shy.
Find Gustava Hefner. What's the line? Line? Computer?
Find Gustava Hefner. She evaded capture and is now disguised as an enemy soldier.
That's a long line.
Which means there's simply no way to... Wait, I know. Find Gustava Hefner.
God, I have so many layers here. Which, yeah, in hindsight, I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna actually like move Marv around, in which case I would properly nest it to have the mask just apply properly, but, yeah, I think having it be static, I didn't really need him to be sandwiched in here with a million layers, but it's okay.
Find Gustava Hefner. He's also very shy. Find Gustava Hefner.
Find Gustava Hefner. Was it two? Is it two Fs? Gustava Metal Gear 2. 2 Fs. Hefner. Hefner. She evaded capture and is... Oh boy. This is gonna be a few text boxes.
Find Gustava Hefner. She evaded capture and is now disguised as an...
Is now... Kinda... Can I... Nope. Damn. Want to get the full name on one line.
Gustava Hefner. She evaded capture and is now disguised as an enemy soldier. Find Gustava Hefner. She evaded capture and is now disguised as an is now disguised is now...
There it is. Disguised as an enemy soldier, which means there's the way this is breaking up the text is weird. Maybe it's okay.
Is now disguised as an enemy soldier, which means there's capture is now disguised as an enemy soldier.
I could always cut off at soldier and then start a new line, a new box with, which means there's. I'll just finish blocking out and see.
Disguised as an enemy soldier, which means there's simply no way to wait.
Because I feel like I want that. Like, there's simply no way to. Kind of want that on its own.
Which means there's
Simp. Dr. Madnar says simp. 10-hour loop.
There's simply
no way to.
Means there's simply no way to.
Although, maybe this is fine. Maybe this is fine, because then you're not going to have a lot of time to see this cut off text before it goes away.
Means there's simply no way to.
Enough time to read it, but not enough time that's just, you know, when you have a paragraph on screen, you're like, you've already read it, and you're waiting for them to get caught up to it.
Now disguised as an enemy soldier, which means there's simply no way to.
Yeah. Madnar jump scare.
Wait, I know. Wait, I know. Ambush her in the women's bathroom. I know.
That has to be its own line. If I had a nickel for every time Kojima made Snake ambush a lady in the women's bathroom, any amount of nickels more than 0 is concerning. In the women's bathroom. Yeah, I really want that. Like, that can just be the thumbnail for the video. I don't have to make a thumbnail.
I know. Ambush her in the women's bathroom. Ambush her in the women's bathroom. This is a good.
Elsa ambushes a man in the bathroom. Does he? Ambushing Johnny who's shitting in a barrel is not a men's bathroom. Zoom in on him more. Just get even more intense with it. Yeah, I probably could. That's a good feedback.
Ambush her in the women's bathroom.
Hello there, Gordon.
This is a good and normal idea.
I don't know if that's gonna fit. This is a good and normal idea I just had. It does fit. Excellent. Anything is a bathroom with the wrong mindset.
This is.
Because the guy. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, Rykov. The Raiden look like an MGS3. That's true. You don't have to ambush him in the bathroom. It's just kind of the safest place to do it.
This is a good and normal idea I just had. This is a good and normal idea I just had.
Yeah. Normally I don't have the text go away, but for extra punch, it's nice.
Isn't that kind of a bad idea?
And so.
I don't know if the subtitles should also be cut off there.
Isn't that kind of a bad idea?
And so.
Isn't that kind of a bad.
It's probably fine. Could also do that.
Isn't that kind of a bad idea?
And so, Snake hides in a
I don't know if it makes sense. Not that it has to make sense. If it's funny, it works. But yeah, I'll believe me, Allegretto. Thank you, but I'm just doing this first.
Isn't that kind of a bad idea?
And so, Snake.
Isn't that kind of a bad idea?
And so.
Isn't that kind of a bad idea?
And so.
Bucket Snake kills me. I'm a big fan of Bucket Snake. That's probably the next scene we'll put together, because I have all the bathroom assets. I made a whole ass bathroom, which turned out pretty good.
Kind of a bad idea.
And
Yeah, I like it. I like it with the full text there. Yeah. Yeah. All right. We can do the receive to send. To send. Sned. Send. Computer, send it.
Isn't that kind of a bad idea?
And
Yeah. Let's get the text animated.
Dr. Madnar. I'm Dr. Madnar. By the way, Marv can only speak Czech and Slovak. He's also very shy. Find
This song is crazy. Are these... I need to make sure these have line breaks. Because if I just... I'm like... So those are a front to go. This game is crazy. If I'm doing this and I just have like, you know, a long word like that or something, as I'm erasing it for the frames, it'll snap to the last line. So I've learned I need to find where the line breaks go and then make manual line breaks just to make it easier on myself. And now I do this. And if I go too fast, I'm worried I'll fuck it up, so... It doesn't take long. It's just stupid because there is a better solution in every other editing software that I can think of. Just feels... Oops. Just feels a little bit like, come on, Premiere. Instead of making bullshit fucking generative extend tools and not letting me hide it and putting a little fucking magical border around it, give me the ability to edit text as a string.
Find Gustava Hefner. She evaded capture and is now disguised.
I could also...
Find Gustava Hefner.
I could just do find Gustava Hefner and then
She
evaded
capture and is
capture.
now disguised.
But then where would this get broken up if I did? She evaded capture. She evaded capture and is now disguised as an... yeah. As an enemy soldier. Which means there's simply no way to... Well... That does land us at a good spot. Adjust text tracking? Not to my knowledge. If there's a place you do that... Hey, Killer Chair. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you had a good stream. None of... This is just for, like... You know... Let me undo all that. Fill stroke background text, mask with text, transform. So, I don't see anything in here that's like, take the text that you've made and then do the thing. Although if you're referring to the text tracking, I think that's like one of these guys. But that's not... Oop, tracking. But that's just the space between the characters. Kind of like kerning. So... Latest Warframe update. Oh, nice! Appreciate the raid. Respect for anyone that's putting any amount of time and ambition off this shit's like if rock science brainstorm baiting me. Yeah! You can wrap your head around it. It's just a lot of little skills you build up over time. Oh, I see what you're saying. I can squeeze it to make it fit. That's fair. Gotcha. I thought you were talking about having the text animate over time. I think I am gonna split this up, though. Just delete all this. If I did reduce it... Well, I'd have to... Gustava Hefner. And then... Can Premiere Generic Extend even scan a QR code? Can it scan a QR code? That's what I need to know. You gotta squish it a good bit. And, like, that's okay, but...
Guy, find Gustava.
Yeah, there's, like, one frame where it... Yeah. Unfortunately. I think it's okay.
Find Gustava Hefner. Find Gustava Hefner. So very shy. Find Gustava Hefner.
Yeah, I do like separating these ideas.
He's also very shy. Find Gustava Hefner.
She evaded capture. And is now... Right. If you are just joining us, welcome. Disguised as an enemy soldier.
She evaded.
This is just a huge fucking stack of bullshit, which I probably could condense down, but...
Capture and is now disguised. She evaded capture and is now disguised as an...
That's... There. Enemy soldier. Which means there's simply no way to... There we go.
disguised as an enemy soldier, which means there's simply no...
Simply two-way to... Oh my god, how embarrassing. Yeah, thank you.
Enemy soldier, which means there's simply no way to wait.
That's always like the biggest fear is uploading a video like this and going, oh, there's a typo. Oh no.
An enemy soldier, which means there's simply no way to wait. I know, ambush her in the...
Yeah. I could also skim up a bit and then do it more. Like, wait, I know. Ambusher, just go all the fuck in for Ambusher and then go back to the zoomed out. Get his ass! Minor spelling mistake.
Find Gustava Hefner. She evaded capture.
Alright, we'll get to that. Do. Bom, 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 bom. I also like keyframing in the line breaks, because then you do have, you know, there's like an extra frame of like the space. Same with like, there's a frame here where there's nothing, and it's literally one frame at 60 FPS. So you can't really feel it, but like, I don't know, you can feel it. You know.
Find Gustava Hefner.
It's more authentic.
She evaded capture.
Oh. It was back there. She.
Hefner. She evaded capture and is now disguised as an enemy soldier, which means there's simply...
Yup. Rattle 'em, boys. Onefear.jpg. Yeah, real. You made a minor spelling mistake, or there's a little glitch. My favorites are the ones that only I notice, but I only notice it after it's rendered, and I've never gotten a single note about it whatsoever. But I know it's there. And so sometimes I like to point those out to inflict harm upon any that might listen. Like, I could point out the thing I've pointed out before about the Kingdom Hearts video. There's a very minor issue that no one has ever pointed out, but I've pointed out to chat in the past. They've been like, hey, oh, I love this song! Oh, this song's good. Not in GC. What's GC? Not in GC. GameCube. Group chat! Oh, I'm not familiar with GC being shorthand for group chat. Yeah. Did a frame disappear? No. The issue... Here, let me just find it. If you want to live in blissful ignorance, go away for 30 seconds. I have to delve into the archives. I could just go to YouTube, but... Good enough, Kingdom Hearts. Where's all my renders? Is this the renders? What? Yeah, that's well. Welcome to a good enough summary. Who made this? There you go. It's gonna be hard. You made this? I made this. So, it's gonna be almost impossible to see it. On this frame, the last shot before disappears with the music number, at some point, so I always try to like lock down the background so it doesn't move around and stuff, but I guess I fucked that up. The background on this shot up here is a pixel to the right. And the way that you can see it is this Goofy is on the edge of the frame here. And like, I don't know if I can really zoom in or anything, but like Goofy extends into the black void here. Like if I kind of crop that in, maybe you can see it like a little bit better. There's like a couple pixels there of a black vertical bar. So if you pull it up on YouTube, you'll be able to see it too. And no one has ever been like, hey, wait a second. But I happened to notice that during some rewatch, and I was like, oh god, the whole video is flawed now. So, you're welcome. There it is! I love this song so much. Pipe.wav in there. Oh, wait, I don't like it. Yeah, I understand if you feel like I've lied to you. Delete your entire career. I should. It's all sham. Use light mode. Ooh. Then you'll see it.
Enemy soldier, which means there's simply no way to wait. I know. An enemy soldier, which means there's simply no way to wait.
I could try to time this out more to kind of make it like... I think that's gonna be too much work and not really worth it.
Soldier, which means there's
So I could do like, which means there's simply no way to, like, to the way he's speaking it, but I think it's...
simply no way to wait.
Should play metal pipe in school band. Mm-hmm. What do you play? Metal pipe? Do 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 do. Yeah. I considered scaling up the text as he gets frantic as well, but I kind of just did that with Marv.
To wait, I know.
I think the all caps on him zooming in is enough to kind of sell it.
I know. To wait, I know. Ambush her and the women.
Women, am I right? Woman with accent, woman with condition. Forget what the whole thing was. Yeah. And there.
Ambush her in the women's bathroom.
Yeah. Being in math class, listening to the lecture, and there were renovations to university. We had a heavy machinery drowning out the lecture. We hear someone drop a metal pipe, and it did the exact sound. And we turn away and they're trying not to break. Try to study in class, construction noise going off, bump, 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 and then... I would lose my shit. Like, what are you laughing about? You wouldn't get it. You just wouldn't get it.
This is a good and normal. Ambush her in the women's bathroom. This is a good and normal.
Yep. I forget exactly how it currently lives in the script for Metal Gear. The script for Metal Gear Solid 1 is almost done. It probably needs another pass. And MGS 2 and 3 are like pretty far along. I don't remember exactly how I phrased it, but I intend to do a callback to this in MGS 1 when Snake is like, I gotta find Meryl, she's disguised as enemy guard. I know, I'll ambush her in the women's bathroom. Because in MGS 1, you're like, this is crazy, what do you mean? And whereas if you're familiar with Metal Gear 2, you're like, oh, it's a callback. I think that makes it worse somehow. It's like, I know more, and that's actively detrimental to my well-being.
This is a good and normal idea I just had.
Wasn't that kind of a bad...
Mm-hmm. It is kind of a bad idea, Snake. There you go. No. That fucking... Do that. Do that. Do that.
Wasn't that kind of a bad idea? Wasn't that kind of a bad idea?
And so...
The hard cut to Snake in the barrel. I mean, not the barrel. The bucket. Really gets me. What would Dr. Madnar do? I think I could look up what's in the script right now. I think it is something like that. I don't want to go out of my way, because the real Madnar throwback is in MGS4. When they're like, Raiden needs cyborg blood, send him to Dr. Madnar. And then like a transparent Madnar will fly by, and he's like, I'm Dr. Madnar. Snake meets Otacon. They used my love of anime against me, those baka. How do I stop it? Is it the legs? You can use the override key to... Oh yeah, Meryl, but she's disguised as a guard. I know, the women's bathroom, hup. And Snake jumps out of a window. And Otacon goes, huh? So I might reinforce the connection to Madnar there, but... Just the immediate, like, she's disguised as a guard. Right, women's bathroom. And not explaining anything to Otacon is, like, part of the bit there. So, well, and adding more text might not be good, but... Anyway, also, the idea is that I'm getting ahead of myself, being like, here's a joke from MGS1 that I'm not even started yet. He's just mentioned. He doesn't show up. He is mentioned in conversation when Raiden's like, I need support for my cyborg body, and they're like, oh, Dr. Madnar can help you. And then he off-screen visits Madnar. We have not seen high fidelity PS3 graphics Madnar. the cyborg ninja, you know, is terrorizing Otacon, and then he's like, Snake's like, I kind of want to give this guy a smooch. What's up with that? And then he fends off the cyborg ninja, and the cyborg ninja jumps out of a window. And then Snake and Otacon meet, and he's like, I'm Otacon. I love anime, baka. And then Snake's like, I know the women's bathroom. And then he's gonna jump out of an unbroken window next to the one the cyborg ninja broke. Because that's like one of my favorite tropes. I don't know, there's probably a name for that. The like reckless disregard for like, like, jumping through a window is already a stupid way to leave a building, but like, being like, there's already a broken window and you're choosing to jump through a non-broken window to break one next to it is just like such a funny gag to me, so yeah. It's always funny. I don't have like an example to point to of like, this happened in this. I don't know where I got that from, I just know I've seen things like that, and it's just like, that's just funny to me. Yeah, it's kind of a subversion of your expectations, as much as that's like a dirty phrase now, but... Was there a Billy and Mandy episode? Kept choosing an unbroken window? That's good. Since Family Guy bit, it must have, right? Futurama, probably, yeah. Stevenicus, I'm Dr. Madnar. Thanks for 3 years. Enjoy your Oki. You can type, oh, comma, I'm Dr. Madnar. Chad, if I made a Dr. Madnar bit, I mean, a Dr. Madnar emote, I don't know. Would it be like Keep It Up? Would it just be Madnar doing his wiggle? There'd be nothing to it. But it would have to be called Bar, hi, I'm Dr. Madnar. Or just, I'm Dr. Madnar. Oi! I'm Dr. Madnar, innit? Where is my Madnar? There he is. I want to try zooming him in even more. Oh, is that? Oh, God. Oh, this hurts to look at. Hiya. It is also funny when I can zoom him into the point where you could tell he was drawn at a smaller resolution. He's starting to get blurry. That's when you really sell the bit. Oh, fuck. Ugh. Help, Snake. They've cubed me. Snake. Help. Help. They put me in the trash compactor, turned me into a cube, Snake. Help. Let's see how this feels.
Wait, I know. Ambush her in the women's bathroom. This is a good and normal idea I just had.
Yeah, that feels really
Isn't that
good.
kind of a bad idea.
And so
That feels really good, actually. All right, let's see how this. Oh, right, there's this. Shit.
leg that says.
Okay, let me. Oh, and then this. Okay. Before I move on, I want to finish knocking out. Oh God! Right. Okay. These are quick because these are not going to be full. I don't know. They are, but they're not. Radio. All we need is Radio Madnar. I just made myself laugh with that. Radio Goo Goo. Radio Madnar. Receive data. Phil. Pigeon on the roof. Yeah, I haven't made the back run for that yet, so I'm not worried about it yet. And then we have Holly over here. And Snake over here. And we have Holly for her frequency. And the text box. There we go. There we go.
I've been captured. Wait. Snake rescues her and he goes, I knew you were tall.
God, once I add a sound effect explosion there, it's really gonna sell it. I really like him blowing open the door.
Snake
Just
rescues her and
extremely abruptly. And him appearing in the door. Okay. Is this? Yes. Okay. Huh? I grabbed the wrong layer. It's like, where's my text? Oh, it's in here. Why don't I do it like that? Text goes on top. Is DaVinci? This is Premiere Pro. I tried using DaVinci. I intend to go back to it at some point, but it wasn't working out. Cropped in zoom square of his face. Not animated, just a static giant square of his face. Yeah. I just always think about, because I have animated slots open, and also, from experience, most people prefer animated emotes. Even if it's just like a simple thing, but it just wiggles a bit. It's more fun. So I'm always like, well, how could I animate it? I've been captured.
I've been captured.
I've been captured. Way. I think maybe the way it just kind of goes off the screen. Although, if it does, it's going to be white on white and you're not going to be able to read it. So, that's not very fun. Maybe we just fill it up with ways.
I've been captured. Way. Snake rescues her and he...
Been
captured.
One H on a new line? Just the one? Just the one extra H?
I've been captured. Way.
That's stupid. Okay. Yes, please. We'll see. That's funny. A little sad face at the end. Maybe. I just want to do this first. And then let's do it on a separate line. Because I want to time it out differently. We'll see. Although, oh yeah, how about... Oh, that does not look great in this font. Ugh. We could go for a classic semicolon sad face. That doesn't look like anything either. I am a big fan of a semicolon sad face, but it's like you're winking, but you're upset about it. You got something in your eye. I had had a buddy I've known almost my whole life, and that's like winky sad face is like our thing that we send to each other. Video killed the radio, Madnar. Oh, he's dead. Can you turn it closer? I could try. Can I just select only those? Yeah. Bring it. Oh my god. It literally prevents you from going more than -200. Oh. That doesn't do. That doesn't do. Wait, that did do. It just doesn't. Oh, it's a positive number. Winky 3 enjoyer. Oh, that is peak mischief. :V. I don't use it myself, but I'm very happy whenever I see it. Or capital V. Or lowercase. Because that's the right greater than, but like a V. It's kind of like a Pac-Man. I heart Kemming. I love Kemming. I don't know. What if I have a... like that? Yeah, possum mouth. I view it as like a Pac-Man kind of guy. What about... Ugh. Bring it in. Bring it in. What the fuck? Angry eyebrows, pointy nose, and a 3-mouth? Holy shit. This lowercase c is very good. It is very good. I wish we had it like, so it's like a right parentheses smiley face, which was on that side. But it's good. Maximus, guy is the king of all scamps. I kind of like it. I don't know. I think the problem is it's taking away from the one extra H. I feel like either we have like this on its own line, sad face, or we have the H by itself. I don't think we do both. I think both is it's too much. Because otherwise it makes the H look accidental, whereas this makes it feel like very deliberate that there's one H on the third line. H is my vote. Yeah. I think I'm also leaning towards H. Big fan of H in this house. Alright. Way. I've been captured. Way. So let's do this. This fucking song.
Holly, I've been captured. Way. Snake red.
Oh, where'd my I didn't. My extra H. Duh. Extra keyframe. One more. This is not my beautiful H. There we go.
Way. Snake rescue. Way. Ollie, I've been captured. Way. Snake rescues her and he goes, I knew you were tall.
Yeah. Yeah. Do I want to be silly with it? Probably not.
Way.
Nah.
I've been captured. Way. Snake rescues her.
Cool. Upside down? No. You won't be able to read it. There's Johan. Then there's Johan. Yeah, this man leaves. This man fucks off. Let's grab this and let's just grab all of it, you know? All of it. Yep. Hop. Hip hop. Whoop. Hip hop. Whoop.
Expert Johan, who's
Okay. And then P Holly to P Johan. There he is. F Holly to F Johan. There that is.
expert Johan, who says pigeons like peas, over and out.
And then he fucking leaves. This to radio P empty. Yup. There he goes. Although, again, I'm like, this was what I visualized in my brain. Is it better if instead of that he goes,
Over and out.
he says over and out, and then he gets smooshed? Oh my god. Oh no. There, about there. Smoosh him, disappear him. Let's ease it out.
Out.
Kinda needs to squish down to that and then disappear. I could hold it for a frame. Let's see. 2 frames where he's real small. Kinda. Yeah.
Over and out.
The problem is I feel like it needs a sound effect. And I don't know what that would do. Little squish him up.
Over and out. Out.
Over.
Out. Out.
Like a boop.
Over and out. Alright. So Snake puts a
That compared to just over and out and then just cut to a empty square.
Johan, who says
I've been captured. Pigeons like peas. Over and out. I'll also have these lines come in separately.
Johan, who says pigeons like peas, over and out. Alright. So Snake puts
No,
a
I
bag
like it. I like it. It feels much more of a, I've said what I need to say, goodbye.
over and out. Alright.
He does still need to, even though he hung up and he's not on the call, he is sending this
Alright. So Snake
into the void.
expert Johan, who says pigeons like peas. Expert Johan, who says pigeons like peas.
Pigeons.
Pigeons like peas. Pigeons like peas.
Pigeons like peas. I had to rein it in because the videos I was videos I was watching, I don't know how to speak words. I was watching videos about how to like the Danish accent, and like the more kind of aggressive accents get much more into like everything's at the very front of the mouth, and it's like, yeah, it's pigeons, and peas would almost have like an sh, kind of like peas at the end. Pigeons like peas, and it's like it started feeling bad. It was just like pigeons like peas, Snake, over and out. It's just like I tried to rein it back a little bit, so you could tell I'm doing an accent, but hopefully it's not like, oh god, what the fuck is that? Pigeons.
Pigeons like peas, over and out. Alright. So
Pee
Snake
your
puts-
Johns. Pee them. I like that though. Too bad. I'm happy with what I landed on. Doesn't like a Danish accent at all. Probably not.
like peas. Over and out.
Alright.
I don't know if the end result sounds like Danish, but it's fine. It just kind of needs to sound like an accent. This is what would have happened if I couldn't find a Czech speaker. Be me doing a really bad, like, that's not Czech, and then trying to read it out myself, and it would have been a machine translation instead of a real speaker making the words make sense. Let's bring that in.
Alright. Alright.
So Snake.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Captain Disco. 93 months. Windows 93. Oh, you having a good one?
Johan, who says pigeons like peas.
Yeah, we'll just do... No, come on. Pigeons. Oh, pigeons.
Over and
Mm-hmm.
pigeons like peas.
Nope, nope.
Pigeons, who says pigeon.
Right there.
Pigeons like peas. Over and out.
I do like it being all at once. Hello? Hello? There's nothing there. It's because I'm looking at that. I confused myself. Over and out. Pigeon, he says. Pigeon, he says. He said, I'm pigeon, he says.
Pigeons like peas.
Oh. Over and out.
Over and out.
Alright.
I think I want him to squish away a little quicker. Yeah. And then hold that for a couple frames. Go away.
Over and out.
Yeah.
Over and out. Over and out. Over and out. On who says pigeons like peas. Over and out.
Alright.
So Snake.
Do pigeons like peas? I don't know. I don't have any zoologists on call to ask about pigeons.
Johan, who says pigeons like peas. Over and out. Johan.
I feel like maybe he should. No one knows. I feel like he should maybe animate in because we have spent so much time just staring at his beautiful face. So we'll try to do a little bit of this. Oh, but then I lose that. Oop.
Johan, who says pigeons like
Yeah,
peas.
that feels good.
Over and out. Calls animal expert Johan, who says pigeons like peas. Over and out.
Alright.
So
Especially because you get this in and out with him joining and then leaving the call. Filet mignon? Mmm. That sounds good.
Alright.
I was gonna animate the text, but
Alright.
I kind of like it just appearing. Let me animate it. See how I feel. Do kind of like it just being there like that, though. It's like literally a couple frames for it to appear, so it might not even matter.
Alright.
So Snake put
Yeah, I like it. All right.
over and out.
It's so fast that it almost feels instant.
Animal expert Johan, who says pigeons like peas. Over and out.
Alright.
So Snake puts a bag of peas on his head and grabs the pigeon, and it has a note tied to its leg.
Still need a... I mean, that's pretty much done, but... all this is... temp. We need this, though. That's fine, and this, and this. And the text box. Good. Okay. Johan. Get it's Miller time. TM. Yeah. Yeah, woo, Miller, woo. Everyone loves Miller. And then Familiar, Full Miller Alchemist. And then bring that down.
Sometimes it helps to look at things from a different perspective. Oh, it's an...
There he is. Pigeons like peas with grains and stuff. Peas can be a treat. Mm-hmm. Why Miller needed such a close-up? In the game or in right now my video? Because originally, I showed this earlier today actually. Originally, I did draw him in the game. I don't know. I mean, in Metal Gear 2, he looks like everyone else. I think in MGS 1, it's kind of, I don't know. It's a stylistic choice, and also, like, he's kind of, yeah, why not, you know? As Viz's good friend Hillary Duff once said. Maybe it's also meant to kind of, like, make him stand out, in a way, because it's, like, a surprise. He does have the shades, he sure does. For me, though, he wasn't, I mean, he was close up, but he had, like, a line here to give him, like, a sense of a head and a jaw. But then I just really like him being a square. It makes me happy.
Sometimes it helps to look...
Like a hint and a fairy puzzle. It's basically, yeah. Also, it's this mostly exists because on the one hand, yes, you can call Miller in the game and he helps say something like that to be like, look at it from a different perspective. Also, I just kind of want to see Miller again in the video. Snake.
Sometimes it helps... Snake. Sometimes it helps to look...
Yeah, I could already have the snake there. Sometimes it helps to look at things from a...
Sometimes it helps to look at things from a...
different perspective. Would you like to spend a second hint coin to learn more? I'm just gonna go back to there because he's saying snake over here.
Snake. Sometimes it helps to look at things from a different...
I could also hold it.
Sometimes it
Nah.
helps...
I was like, I could hold it for a bit,
Snake. Sometimes it helps to look at...
but the way it's cut, I don't think it makes
Sometimes
sense.
it helps to look at things from a...
Different. Although, maybe this is... Maybe we put in a little emoticon there, because we couldn't use it elsewise. So maybe now's the time to bring it back. You know? Smoosh it in a little bit. The Riz Ohio comments. I'll just make it a banned phrase. The answer is I hadn't thought about it until you just now inflicted me with the curse. That people are gonna think that this is a Riz Ohio joke. Flip Miller upside down? Snake's gonna get flipped upside down.
Snake.
Well, he might. He might be upside down in this, because this is still... Oh, no. This is when he's upside down. Yeah.
Snake.
I see. 140.5.
Snake calls it, and...
Yeah, he shouldn't be upside down for that, because it'll be too distracting. But yeah, he'll be upside down for this, and I haven't made that yet, so... Upside down Snake. Tom Skibbidies, that's... my son's name is also Skibbidiah.
Sometimes it helps to look at things from a different perspective.
Do I have the ability... God damn it. Do I have the ability to... No. Faux italics, though. Oh, I want, like, double that. I want it, like, really aggressive italicized. No. Bold. Nah. I think it's subtle. I would want it, like, ridiculously... I mean, well, I could try to... Because if I could try to skew it. I don't have just a built-in skew, but there's like the corner pin, right? Does that work on text? Where'd it go? Corner pin. So I can like try to really jank it up. Yeah, that might work. Cause I'll do it on a separate line. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we don't need this anymore. Yep. PowerPoint effect.gif. It really is different.
Different perspective. Different.
Ooh. Okay. TT. What, from Diddy Kong Racing? Yes. That's my next video, by the way. Good enough summary of Diddy Kong Racing. This is a joke. Please don't ask me to do that.
Different perspective.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Actually, let's leave that there, because then as I schmoosh this around, I still want it to line up roughly with where it should be. Different. Is that even... that is a bit skewed. Skew it more. Further, even further skewed. I don't want it to go down. How do I really crunch it up? Does that... if I go like all the fucking way over there... Yeah, it's just getting real small. So... just bring that over, bring this over. And don't proof them down at all. There you go. The lore of Diddy Kong Racing. That'd be a good stream. Yeah.
Different.
Oh. It's a bit crunched, but like, maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine. Yeah. Upside down skewed. Why does everyone want things upside down? Because the bit is the guy turn upside down? That's giving it away too much. No. And reading text upside down sucks. Leave me alone. Thank you. Thank you for your suggestion. Do. Okay. Different perspective.
Different.
And then... okay. Back one more. No, that was. Yeah.
Different perspective.
Yeah, there we go.
Things from a different perspective. Oh, it's an up.
There you go.
A different perspective. Oh, it's an upside down radio frequency. Oh, of course, that's a good puzzle, Snake.
I see. 140.5.
Snake calls it.
And then, burp.
I see.
Miller. I'll put a snake here, but flag it to replace it later.
I see.
He sees.
I see.
He does. You know what? What? Hey, a smudge. I might, because chat's been really good, I might make this text upside down. Maybe.
I see. 140.
How goes the editing? It's coming along. Have we? Yeah. Maybe. I think it's 1.5. New raid alert. It's an old alert that I've repurposed. Hope you had a good stream, Smudge. What were you up to? Yeah, we're slapping some PNGs together, and I've mostly been focusing on radio stuff, but we're about to switch gears to a more involved scene. Yeah.
0.5. 40.5.
0.5, 0.51, not 1, because it's Whis, not Wisai. Of course. 0.5. Ooh. What? Like that. It's an old raid alert. Well, it was an old host alert from years ago. And I switched over all my alerts from Streamlabs to Twitch alerts. And I was digging through my old files and was like, wait, I have all of these perfectly good gifts. So, now there's like a random rotation. Remember hosting? I do.
I see. 140.5.
And if this was upside down, how much would I hate it? It should probably just be like that. Warframe. Hey, how about that? How to clip to the ground by beefing it so bad on the hoverboard, which bypasses most of the mission. Hell yeah. Nice.
I see. 140.5.
Snake calls it and...
Halo? Kto tam je?
I see.
It's probably okay. I'm still a little bit like, I don't like upside down text. Maybe I'll like it better when Snake's upside down. So I'll just worry about it later. I'll worry about it later. I think the bit will work fine if Snake's upside down, but the text is still right side up, but I'll figure it out. It's Dr. Madnar.
Means there's simply no way to wait. I know. No way to wait.
What is going on there? Well, that's no good. Funny how that happens.
To wait. I know. Ambush her.
Cool. And here too? Oh. How did this happen? I must have done something. Okay.
To wait. I know. Ambush her in the women's bathroom. This is a good and normal idea.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that kind of a bad idea?
And so...
Alright. Let's do the bathroom scene. TM. Which is all of this.
Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters, and look, it's Gustava. She goes...
That kind of a bad idea.
And so, Snake hides in a...
So let's do it. Bathroom. New sequence from clip. Boom! Look at that. I made a bathroom. With an elevator. Sequences. That's fine. Don't need this. That's just Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear 2 contains a lot of shit that was later reused in Metal Gear Solid. Enough so that people consider Metal Gear Solid a remake of 2. I don't. But also, I wasn't there at the time. There are a lot of elements from Metal Gear 2 that show Metal Gear Solid. Like this. Nothing bad happens in elevators. Miles, man. Oh, man.
Wait, Dr. Marv?
Yeah. Let's just grab all... No, right? It's to here?
Girl secret. They're heading through the sewer.
Yeah. That should be all I need there.
Wasn't that kind of a bad idea?
And so, Snake hides...
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we have the elevator back, and then the elevator doors, which of course I can animate. What do you take me for? Of course they'll actually open, because that's gotta be the bit. And I'm actually quite happy with how this turned out. It's great. It's a clean bathroom. Also, in the actual game, the men's bathroom is tinted blue and the women's bathroom is tinted pink. And I decided to not do that. I decided to just make it kind of like a, I don't know, industrial beige. It felt too on the nose, even especially outside of that context, to be like, look, it's the women's bathroom. You can tell because it's pink. It's just like, shit. In the game, fine, because it's like, okay, it makes it really obvious. Whatever. The men's bathroom also has urinals in it. It's whatever. It's fine. Gender essential. It is gender crucial. Okay, so we got the bathroom stuff. We need bucket. We need bucket. And, he needs to be scaled down a little bit. How much did I scale him down here? If at all. Down to 79. That feels pretty good. I mean, what's also important is figuring out, because they probably need to shrink as they go to the elevator in the back there. So, if I can kind of... What? Why there? I need to relearn this software that I've been using for half my life. If he's this big, how much does he need to shrink down? From 59.7 to, yeah, like 45-ish to fit in there. Yeah. So also, I'm gonna move them back into the elevator so they're behind like that. So something like that. So is it gonna look really weird for him to scale down that much? Oh. Business pack with the door, give it a bow. The toilet should have bows on them. I should have a giant, like, circle with a triangle, like, women's bathroom sign. You gotta make it really obvious. Oh, yeah. The big eyelashes and toilets, yep. Ugh. Just having a visual of, like, eyes on, like, the cistern part or whatever. I don't know. Having eyes and then, like, the bowl having, like, lipstick. It's just like, ugh. Or I'm thinking, like, the talking couch from Pee-wee's Playhouse, but it's a toilet. I just, no, I'm good. Feel the sign, yeah, the circle with the, yeah. You gotta really make it obvious.
And hops out when a garden enters and look at
Shrink those down.
it's Gustava.
Okay. So let's go back to 59.7. Here, let me just quickly, just to see how this will feel. Because I don't want to do all this and go, actually, I want to change the scale and go, oh, fuck. I can't believe I've done this.
She goes,
Let's say, like, moves over here.
Jesus,
And then
Jesus Christ, what are you?
if he moves into there. And then it was like, what, 45? To get into there. How weird does that look?
Gustava. She goes,
Whoa. We are at a lower frame rate. I always forget. I don't. I'm usually actually pretty good. Sequence settings. It defaults to 29.97. And I don't think I can change the default. Wish I could.
Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And
That doesn't look so bad. I'm just gonna... For my own sanity. Have him go in a straight line.
Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And Snake goes,
Yeah. It doesn't scale so much. Also, I think having the fucked up perspective lines, they're bad. I did them by hand. I didn't use a ruler. I think it just kind of helps them. Because sometimes when I try to scale things down and move them, it looks weird. But I think there's enough of like angle to the room that it looks okay.
Look, it's Gustava.
So, all right. That means these are good. And then I'm just gonna drop you over here at 45, so I remember that. Okay, snake's in a bucket. And that bucket is on a puddle. And that's like, so just the same. God. I'm gonna make this my desktop wallpaper. This is beautiful. I'm gonna need room for both of them. Because both Snake and Gustavo need to move down there. Okay, let me see how it looks in the scene over here.
Bad idea.
And so Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters. And
Yeah.
when they
Okay. Doot. Okay.
Wasn't that kind of a bad idea?
and so girl secret. They're heading through this.
Okay. Bathroom. No, I don't want the audio. Is that like if I go in here and then deselect these, they won't come with? Is that how that works? No. I don't know. Again, there are things that I have learned and then I forget, and then it just kind of whatever.
Wasn't that kind of a bad idea?
Okay. So here is that. Let's bring that into there. And so it needs to line up to there, and then we bring it back, and now we're synced up. Now we're perfectly synced. Don't need that anymore. And how does this? He's gone. Is this what it needs? Something like this?
And so Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out.
I think around there is where it should, maybe. Something like that.
And so Snake hides in a bucket.
Is it easing?
And so Snake
Snake
hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters, and look, it's Gustava.
I think some of that could work. Snuck it. Ugh.
That kind of a bad idea.
And so Snake
I don't. What the fuck, Premiere? I didn't click. I don't like it easing. I kind of like it just being extremely flat. No.
Kind of a bad idea.
And so Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters, and
Probably stops at hops out or something, but I think the framing's pretty good. It's just I want the close-up of Snake in the bucket.
So Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters.
Yeah. All right. I'll worry about the rest of the camera moves later. I just need to make sure that works. I also was like, I tried a couple different, like two, not that many, a couple different layouts of the scene. It's like, there's no way to hide the elevator's existence without having the really big scene that has to like pan over to follow them as they walk away, but it would take them too long to walk over there. So I kind of like that it's like immediately obvious that there's toilets and bathroom stalls, but if you're looking, you're like, what is that? And as the camera moves and pans, you'll be like, that's a fucking elevator? Okay, good. It's like not hidden, but not the focal point.
And so
hopefully you're just focused on why is Snake, how does that work? What am I looking at? Hopefully that's the focus.
Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters.
I'm daughter Madnar. I'm Ellen Madnar. Excuse you, she might also be a doctor, we don't know. So, presuming she's not.
And so Snake hides.
It's fine. Guard. I need a guard with mask and arms. Yeah. And a horizontal flip. Horizontal flip. And maybe like there. Drawn to the snucket. Drawing your eye to the snucket. And 10 other editing tips.
And so Snake hides in a.
She's huge. Let me. I'm glad I have a backup sequence. Resolve. There's that and that and that. Yep, everything's broken. There she is. She's fine. Okay, what size was she here? The guard is 77. It doesn't have to match exact or anything, but I'm like, I feel like that what I landed on was pretty good. And then if Snake is here, oh, he's so tiny. I did remove him. What I was like specifically want to keep him. Oh, there. Oh, he's so much smaller than her. Something like that. Maybe something like that. Because then once she's Gustava, which for some reason it is everything has Gustava in it. Okay. That seems pretty good scale-wise. I'm not consistent at all with this shit. It just kind of needs to look good. Goose is your Stava. Alright. So... that's fine. Maybe a tick smaller. Look me in the eyes. There we go. I thought she was tall. She is tall. Doesn't mean she's taller than him. She might be, though. Perspective's a hell of a thing. Okay. So then... don't need that yet.
Wasn't that kind of a bad idea?
And so, Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hop.
So we'll then have... bucket snake turns into empty bucket. Oh! So sad. Hi Thurman, that's a lot of text. Akihiro Honda, the composer of Umapyoi Densetsu, the main theme of Uma Musume, worked on the Metal Gear franchise, the main theme of Peace Walker, Heaven's Divide, and Love Returns, Sins of the Father Quiet's theme, and MGS5. Also composed for Metal Gear Acid Duology. I did not know. If that's a ploy to try to get me to go, maybe Uma Musume's not evil after all. You'll have to try harder than that. But, thank you. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. So like there. Hey, Shiv. How you doing? Oop, oop. Maybe like there. Enhance. Computer? Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. And do this. That's the wrong thing. This thing. Rotation. Needs it to like that. Ooh. Needs to move more forward. Maybe I just put the pivot point at the wrong place. No. Maybe it's more like there. Yeah. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Hops out one a garden. And hops out one a garden.
Oh yeah.
Bathroom and hops out one a garden.
That looks excellent. If I've ever seen a bucket fall over.
Hops out one a garden.
Oh yeah.
And hops out one a guard enters and look.
Where'd he go?
Women's bathroom and hops out one a guard enters.
Maybe a little bit earlier.
Bathroom.
Like here?
In the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters.
He's so good.
In the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters it.
Ta-da! Kept you waiting, huh? What the fuck? Put that there. Then we bring in the snake. Sneaky man. Ta-da! How did I do this in the in the rough? He just teleported. Yeah, that makes sense.
Hops out when a guard enters.
I mean, is that's stupid.
Hops out when a guard enters.
Like it doesn't. Just don't even try to fit him in the bucket. Just maybe just
Hops out when a. Hops out when a.
Maybe the opposite. Garlic could pass. Oh shit. Now you got me thinking about garlic. I could also have him do this.
Hops out when a guard.
Oh.
Hops out when a.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hops out when a guard.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm being more like there.
Hops out when a guard.
Fuck. Is that gonna?
Hops out when a guard. Hops out when.
Maybe auto.
Hops out when a guard.
Hmm.
Bathroom and hops out when a guard. and hops out on a garden and hops out
Hmm.
and hops out.
And then he should like overshoot like this a bit.
Hops out on a hops out on a hops out on a hops out on a guard enter and hops out on a guard enters
Yeah.
in the women's bathroom and hops out on a guard enter.
How does that look with this framing?
And so Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out on a garden.
I might be good at this. All right.
It's in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out on a guard enters and look.
Very good. Yeah. Just don't worry about it.
Hops out on a guard.
Dramatic, the most intense music. Yeah, we could switch to a different playlist. A lot of this soundtrack from this point on is a lot of weird, intense shit, with some exceptions. What do we? Hey, chat. Has enough time passed that no one will be mad if I listen to the Hades 2 soundtrack? If one person is like, no, I haven't played it yet and I'm waiting, then I won't. Do it. It's fine. I don't like listening to game soundtracks right after release if I consider, like, spoilers in the soundtrack. I would consider a game like Hades 2 for music to be a spoiler. I feel like part of the joy of a game like that is getting to discover the music. I want to build a shrine there in Corpse, same. Never thought of it that way. In the same vein as, like, I don't want to listen to the Mina the Hollower soundtrack on stream yet. Even though it's been on loop in my fucking life since I played it. Ugh. Never mind. I don't know if it'll spoil me. That's fair. Bash my fair. It's good. Super giant. Don't
And
miss.
hops out on a guard enters.
So then
Bathroom and
she's just kinda, I don't know, just kinda doing her thing. Just kinda vibing. Is this?
women's bathroom and hops out on a guard.
That's pretty good. Then you give it the bobbles.
The women's bathroom and hops out. The women's bathroom and hops out.
Probably don't need to do that much because she probably
And
just.
so Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out.
Yeah, that's actually very well, kind of accidentally.
Women's bathroom and hops out on a guard.
Mm-hmm. Because just play a big enough story and gameplay, really not kind of spoilers. That's what I mean. Soundtrack what gets me again my previous slide. I'm not throwing it out. That's fair. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the only song I can kind of play guitar. Nice. Learning the Bastion songs is when I first was like, wait, drop D tuning fucks. Like, I knew of drop D tuning from learning guitar, but it never really had, like, captured me. Because I think a lot of the drop D tuning songs I was learning were, like, electric, heavy distortion, like, metal songs. I've never been a big metalhead guy, but, like, that's a lot of drop D tuning. Which, for anyone that doesn't know guitar, the standard tuning for a guitar is E, A, D, G, B, E. So the low and the high are just E from a different octave. You tune the lowest string, E, down a note from E to D. And it just makes everything super fucking heavy and crunchy. Egads, it's true. So drop D tuning is used for a lot of heavier sounding stuff. And it's very fun to play with because normally anything that's like a bar chord, you have to kind of bridge from kind of one fret to the third fret. It's a few over. It's like a very consistent chord structure. And in drop D tuning, it's just one line. It's a bar chord. So power chord Chico. Yeah, you just slide your finger up and down and just hit every string, and it just sounds neat.
The women's bathroom and hops out. The women's.
Let's see. JJ Waller, thanks for 89 months. That's so many. Hope you're doing well. What if I did this to this to this. If I clean it up too much, it'll lose some of the charm of it being jank, but...
Bathroom and hops out. Bathroom and hops out. Bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out.
Yeah, I don't actually like that. Sometimes the weird, awkward, linear bobbling has more charm than easing stuff. Come on. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
The women's bathroom and hops out one. The women's bathroom and hops out one.
So then we'll do this and then jump to like there. And this has like big jump.
Hops out one a garden.
Yeah.
Hops out one a.
Maybe not quite so fast.
Hops out one a garden and hops out.
Maybe further back.
Hops out one a guard and hops out one a guard enters and look, it's Gustava.
That might be too far back. Yeah. Okay, so she can't really jump all the way out of frame.
Hops out one a.
She can do more of like a little. I mean, she's a bodyguard. Maybe she's not that startled. That's how I'm justifying it. Not because of my framing choices.
Hops out one a guard.
Because now I do want it faster.
Out one a guard. Out.
Right there.
Hops out one a guard. And hops out one.
And let's do that.
Hops out one a guard. Hops out one a. Hops out one a guard.
Just want to pivot on the foot.
Hops out one a guard.
Except it's doing extra bullshit I don't want it to do. Because of course it is. Turn that shit off. Leave me alone.
Hops out one a guard. Bathroom and hops out one a guard. Enter. Bathroom and hops out one a guard. Hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out one a guard enters and look, it's Gustava.
Yeah. Metal Gear Solid is Metal Gear 3? Yeah. I mean, especially now I've been spending this much time thinking about Metal Gear 1 and 2. Because I, like a lot of people, my knowledge of Metal Gear kind of started with Metal Gear Solid. And I didn't even get into Metal Gear Solid until Metal Gear Solid 2. So I went into this franchise in a really weird direction, but like, wherever you start, you kind of go back to Metal Gear Solid, and you don't really go further back. And Metal Gear Solid has in-game novelizations of the plots of Metal Gear 1 and 2 that one of the in-game characters wrote. And my ass got bored trying to read it. So, but yeah. In the same way that, like, no one thinks of Link to the Past as Zelda 3, unless you, I guess, played it in Japan. It's like, yeah, I guess so.
Hops out one a guard enters. Hops out one a.
What if she eases out the big jump here? Do 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 do.
Hops out one a garden.
Yeah.
Hops out one a guard enters.
Yeah. Okay. And then mid-air, a la Charlie Brown, the clothing explodes.
Hops out one a guard enters and look, it's
Is she in frame here? She is. Great. Maybe I move the. I'll figure out the camera later. You know. It's fine.
And so Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters and look, it's Gustavo.
Do I do a little pop? Like 85? That's a pretty big pop.
Hops out when a guard.
That is way too much. 80?
And hops out when a guard and
It's hard when she's also moving.
The women's bathroom and hops out when a guard.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it.
And hops out when a guard enters and look, it's Gustava.
She goes, ah!
Hops out when a guard enters and look, it's Gustava. She goes.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, what? Goes Jesus. Goes Jesus Christ. Goes Jesus.
Jesus!
Jesus. Jesus Christ, what a... She goes, Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm. Nah. Eh. Hmm.
Christ, what are... Jesus Christ, what are you...
Gustava, she goes,
Jesus Christ, what are you... She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you... Christ, what are you... Christ...
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, what are you... And Snake goes, Jesus Christ,
Hmm.
what are you... And... What are you... And Snake... What are you... And...
Hmm.
What are you... And... What are you... And... When a guard enters and look, it's Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you... And Snake...
Hmm. Hmm.
What are you... And Snake... What are you... And Snake... Look, it's Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you... And Snake goes, hey, you won figure skating at the...
Yeah. Yeah. Hades is good. Hades good. Saw's name is Saw's thing. It's Saw's thing's Metal Gear 1. Solid. But. Is she Sky is going to train one? Yeah. To the server, she did. I think I'm missing some context from chat, which makes sense because I'm locked the fuck in. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid was called Metal Gear Solid for like 8 reasons. Kojima was like, well, it's Metal Gear Solid because Solid Snake, but also it's solid because 3D is more solid than 2D. Which, like, I guess. I think it's best to not take anything Kojima says at face value or superficial value or read into anything he says. It's probably best to just not listen to him.
Christ, what are you... And Snake goes, hey. Snake goes, hey, you want... Hey, you... Hey, you... Goes, hey, you want... Goes, hey, you... Hey, you... Goes, hey. Hey, you won figures. Goes, hey, you won fig...
Hmm.
You won fig... You won... You won figure... You and Snake goes, hey, you won figure skating at the 1988 Winter Olympics, didn't you? And Gustava says, that's an odd thing to say.
And then they disappear. This is also me trying to move them both over closer to the elevator, so there's less distance to walk.
Hops out when a guard enters, and look, it's Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And Snake goes, hey, you won figure skating at the 1988 Winter Olympics, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Didn't you? Didn't you? Didn't
Snake
you?
goes, hey, you won figure skating at the 1988 Winter Olympics. Skating at the 1988 Winter Olympics, didn't you? And
Faster.
Didn't you? And Gustava says, didn't you? Didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you? Didn't you? Winter Olympics, didn't you? Didn't you? And didn't you? And Gustava said, Winter Olympics, didn't you? And Gustava. The 1988 Winter Olympics, didn't you? And Gustava says that. Says that's an odd thing. And Gustava says that's an odd thing to say. And Gustava says that's an odd.
Yep. I knew you would.
Gustava says that's an odd thing to say. And Snake says thing to say. Thing to say. And Snake.
I'm realizing now that I actually don't have all the art for this because I'm missing him burping up the cigarette and I'm missing the radio.
Gustava says, that's an odd thing to say. And Snake says, I'd never forget a perfect triple sow cow. Wait, Dr. Marv?
Because he burps up a cigarette and then he hands her the radio. And I haven't drawn either of that yet. I'm not sure I'm going to draw him burping up a cigarette. I'll worry about it later.
Winter Olympics, didn't you? And Gustava says, that's an odd thing to say. And Snake says, that's an odd thing to say. And Snake says, I'd never forget a
He sneezes and it comes out of his nose. Kermit mouth. Looks like popping up vertically. Oh, like he goes like bah and it like emerges up. Ugh. No. No, he's just kind of gonna kind of like do like a blah and it's just gonna pop up on the floor. The question is, do I draw him with his mouth open as he goes back? Because that's probably gonna look really bad.
Snake says, I'd never forget a
This is definitely an opportunity where I could draw another handsome anime snake as like a cut-in, like I never forget a perfect triple sow cow, like he's like trying to impress her, or she's just like, wow. And then, but that's kind of the same bit as with Ellen. And I don't want to draw it again.
I'd never forget a perfect triple.
All right, snake.
Never forget. I'd never. I'd never. I'd never. I'd never. Says I'd never. Says I'd never forget a per. Says I'd never.
Let's go further than that. Muppet mouth. We'll see.
I'd never forget a perfect triple sow. Get a perfect trip. Get a perfect trip. A perfect triple set. A perfect triple. Perfect. Get a perfect triple sow cow. A perfect triple. Perfect triple sow. A perfect triple sow cow. Perfect triple sow cow.
Cutting off the burp is really good.
Triple sow. Triple sow. Sow cow. A perfect triple sow cow.
Yeah, I'm like, I could... All the big old streets make Slave Lorbo? Not all of them. I don't think he got the gene for eating garbage off the floor. Or wanting to live in the dirt all the time. Just sometimes. He did get most of them, though.
Never forget a perfect triple sow cow.
I mean, yeah, because normally I create these sequences very linearly. Because if I'm missing these things, like, I could just... I think I'd rather wait till I have that art.
Wait, Dr. Marv?
Because I can ever, like, walk away and then walk back and stuff, and I can kind of feel it out, but I just would rather do it once and know it's good instead of being like, well, now I want to make some changes based off of how things play out. So, yeah. How did I manage the burp? Well, I made a noise. Like, did you want to hear the raw audio? Is that the question? I just did, I think, a bunch of these.
Never forget a perfect triple sow cow.
Like, I definitely did several, but I don't think it's fun to listen to them all. Yeah, I tried a few that were more like awful dry heaving noises, which I will not play. As if he's like, you know, cat hairball, coughing up a cigarette, and like that's bad. So, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, if it's like, how'd you burp? Yeah, I can burp on command. I don't want to. I'd rather not listen to them a bunch. Yeah, I'm not going to. That's why I was like really worried that this was like gonna be uncomfortable for people to listen to. I didn't want to go into full like a metaphobia territory with it. It's just like, he's kind of burping and making a weird noise, and hopefully it's fun. And it's just a one-off thing, and then it keeps going. But there's gonna be like a little lit cigarette on the floor.
Yes.
It may be another little wet puddle, like the bucket.
Okay. He says he's being held
Yeah. So, anyway,
in a detention center to the north.
once I have the rest of that, then I'll animate the rest, which is not gonna be too bad. She's gonna walk up there and hit the button, and then I get to animate the doors opening, not like that, but like that. They slide open, they move into there, and then, yeah. I need to remember to finish the rest of that. But what we got here?
And so, Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters, and look, it's Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And Snake goes, hey, you won figure skating at the 1988 Winter Olympics, didn't you? And Gustava says, that's an odd thing to say.
They are really framed to the side. They don't need to be centered, but I wonder if I can just kind of nudge like a little further over without it being too much.
And so, Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters, and look, it's Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And Snake goes, hey, you won figure skating at the 1988 Winter Olympics, didn't you? And Gustava says, that's an odd thing to say.
That feels better.
And Snake says, I'd never forget a perfect triple sow cow.
Rule of thirds, so it's fine. It's fine.
Wait, Dr. Marv?
She probably just won't be able to walk away. But I'll probably just kind of lock it in for this. Move slightly to the left of the camera when Snake jumps out. So we're doing this slow thing, and then when he jumps out, do like a bigger jump. That's gonna feel jarring in a way I might not like, but let's see. Let's say we're here, and then we do like a bigger jump over. In a way that's... No. Damn it. What an odd thing to say. Thank you.
And so, Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters, and look at...
I don't love it.
And hops out when a guard...
Maybe it needs to...
Bathroom and hops out when a guard enters. Bathroom and hops out when a guard...
It just feel... Yeah, something about it feels...
Bathroom and hops out when a guard enters.
What I could do instead is this.
Men's bathroom and hops out when...
Oh, that feels worse. Because the scale is still changing.
Bathroom and hops out... It's in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard...
That's feeling a bit better, having more of a gap between the two motions. Because making them one motion feels weird.
And so, Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters, and look, it's Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And Snake goes, hey, you won figure skating at the 1988 Winter Olympics, didn't you?
Yeah, that could
and
work.
Gustava says, that's an odd thing to say. And Snake says, I'd never forget
Ghost
a
trick?
perfect
No.
triple sow cow. Excuse me. Wait, Dr. Marv? Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Bathroom and hops out when a guard enters, and
I could. It'll feel less motivated to me.
look, it's Gustava. She goes... When a guard enters, and look, it's Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And...
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so.
Bathroom
But
and hops out when a guard...
this definitely does work.
Kind of a bad idea.
And so, Snake hides in a bucket.
I guess, yeah, the biggest problem is that we now have the zoom out from Snake is faster. I liked the timing of it before. There's like a very specific speed to the zoom out, which means I could just end it, you know, not all the way zoomed out. Instead of 150, be like 110. Be like this. And then to here. And then bring them over.
Out when a guard...
Let's see.
And so, Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters, and look, it's Gustava.
We're a little more zoomed in now, but maybe that's okay.
Bad idea.
And so, Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard...
I could also, I don't think I'm gonna like it, but if we ease it in,
Kind of a bad idea.
And so, Snake hides in a bucket
Yeah.
in the women's bathroom.
it really needs to be a very deliberate, steady zoom out from. Snake dealing with Hades enemies and noping out. Yep. Hide in a bucket.
And
Don't fight
so
them.
Snake hides in a bucket and
I also want to, like... This is gonna be way too fast, but wonder if, like, starting on a steady shot...
And so Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a
I don't hate that. Let's see...
Isn't that kind of a bad idea?
And so Snake hides in a bucket in the
Nah, I changed my mind. I like it cutting him. We're immediately just
And so Snake
moving back from him
hides in a bucket in
and getting more of that context of him being in the
the
bathroom.
women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters and
I guess the question is it worth it to do all this extra movement compared to what we had before? Of this.
Bad idea.
And so Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters and look, it's Gustav.
Kind of a bad idea.
And so Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters and look, it's Gustava. She goes,
I can't decide. Now I'm like, both kind of have pros and cons to me. And I know I'm overthinking it, but it's my job. The second camera motion's not bad, but I really like the timing, the speed and the pacing of the zoom out on this one.
Bad idea.
and so Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters and look, it's Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And Snake goes, hey.
I could try to do a shift over when he says hey. Because I think that better motivates it than... Because Gustavo going, Jesus Christ... Him going, hey, it's like, hold on, there's like something else here? I don't know. It's like thinking about a camera movement being motivated is something that I just kind of intuitively understood, and that like I would try some things and I'd be like, it just doesn't feel right. And as I've learned a little bit more about cinematography, not from being smart, but from watching like random YouTube videos, thinking about a camera movement as being motivated is like an interesting way to think about it. It's not the only way to think about it, because of course, like any art form, there are no rules. There's just like some common guidelines and ways to think about things. But being motivated by camera movement is like, okay, if you're filming a scene with actual human actors, do you want to just move the camera willy-nilly depending on what you're doing? Or is it like, well, if a character, if you hear the door open, like, there's two ways to, let's say you have a conversation, someone else enters, they open the door and walk in. You could either, two people are talking, and then you turn the camera and look at the door, and then the door opens. Or, they're talking, you hear the door open, the characters turn to look, and then the camera follows after they turn, then the camera moves, and then you see who's opened the door. They both achieve the same effect, right? But they feel different. And the second one is arguably more motivated. Of like, the camera is moving once there's reason to move. You're following the action of what the characters are like, what's over here? And then you, the viewer, are like, yeah, what's over there? And then you follow. The camera is subliminally following what you're interested in. So, why can't the zoom left and pan be one motion? You mean where I had it where it zoomed out and then immediately slid in the other? I just think it doesn't flow well. It feels kind of weird. I think the way I like to do it typically is just kind of have one camera movement and then a pause and then another one. I appreciate it happens. I mean, I'm trying to vocalize what's going on in my brain. And also a lot of it's like, I've been doing this for a long time, and a lot of it is just like gut feelings of like, this feels good, this doesn't feel as good. And then slowly kind of figuring out why, because I never went to film school. I think I took like one film studies class for fun. And like, it's neat, but it's not my expertise. So like learning like, oh, this is why this feels good to me. This is why I like this. One thing I want to try really quick. If I take the bucket puddle and reduce the opacity to like 90, does that change? Oops. Oh, I don't think I have any lines underneath there. Never mind. I thought there was like a floor tile in there. So then, in that case, don't think it's worth reducing the opacity. Why? What is... There we go. Like, you'll get more of the texture in there and stuff, but I don't think it really makes a difference. Yeah. So a bit on the hey, then pop to wide when he coughs. Zoom in and then zoom back out. The answer is yes. I get it's also a style thing. That like some, you know, I can't think of an example off the top of my head. All right, well, maybe here's these things. I'm like something like a terminal montage. If you're familiar with his animations on YouTube, he has a very high energy kinetic style. It's a lot of very quick cuts, very rapid pace. And that kind of style lends itself really well to like really aggressive camera moves because it's just like relentless pacing. And my style, I tend to try to use moments like that very, very sparingly. It's also partially just my humor style is not as high octane. So
The women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters it.
for something like this, I think of it as like framing a scene. You describe the editing as being satisfying because you continuously improve a little thing, a little bit, a little ways. I think about that a lot when I turn game feelings very up. Yeah, that's what I've liked about dabbling with games when I have, and what's been hard about games, because in editing, I can get a bunch of assets in here, toss them together, and very quickly be editing things and manipulating them and doing that iteration. Whereas from my experience with game dev, it's like, it takes me like a week to get to the point where I can be like, oh, now I have a baseline, I can try to mess with some variables a bit. But it is very similar, where just like that iteration is I've found to be a very satisfying part of what draws me to creative projects. And games are very much part of that, but it takes way, way, way more work with a game to get to the point where you're able to iterate on it. But it takes a long time to get the clay. Exactly.
Women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters, and look, it's Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And Snake goes,
Let's see how this feels. He goes, hey. And then we can move it over. I don't think we need to change the scale, though. Let's see.
goes, hey, you won figure skating at the 19...
That is really fast.
And Snake goes, hey, you won figure skating...
But maybe that's good?
Kind of a bad idea.
And so Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters, and look, it's Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And Snake goes, hey, you won figure skating at the 1988 Winter Olympics, didn't you?
That doesn't feel bad, but... What if we slow it down?
Goes, hey, you won figure skating at the...
Yeah, doesn't feel as good.
Snake goes, hey, you won figure skating at the 1980...
Yeah, the goatie. A monkey, see? A monkey gonna do. He got a banana. Hope you know well. Thank you very much.
Goes, hey, you won figure...
Yeah, I think
Goes,
just
hey, you won figure... Goes, hey, you won... figure
Probably
skating at the
linear.
Goes, hey, you won... And look, it's Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And Snake goes, hey, you won figure skating at the 1980... Goes, hey, you...
I'm worried it's too fast of a movement that it's like jarring.
And
But
so Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters, and look, it's Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And Snake goes, hey, you won figure skating at the 1988 Winter Olympics, didn't you?
I like it. I am gonna tweak one thing about her.
Bathroom and hops out when a guard enters, and look, it's Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And Snake goes,
Yeah, that what are you? Want it a little quicker.
Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And Snake goes,
That feels better. The 3 C's of their game. Character, camera, controls. That's like 90% of the game. What the hell? Spend an entire internship just doing just that outside of doing some game design. Once you kind of know what you're going, you want to make sure that play actually interacts with it. Thank you. From the doodles. This song's very, oh yeah. This soundtrack is just incredible. All right.
I'd never forget a perfect triple sow cow.
Now I think this is where it would live until it's time to go to the elevator. I'm alright. Then they go through there. I don't have the sewers yet, but that's gonna be fine. It's just gonna be like a tunnel. Just probably kind of black bars, almost letterboxing style.
reach a rickety suspension bridge.
I do have in the bridge scene,
Cross. Gustava follows when suddenly, kaboosh!
kaboosh, and to emphasize the kaboosh, we'll see how it feels, but I tried drawing some explosion and smoke bits.
Kaboosh! A miss.
Kaboosh. She starts to fly away like a frame early, so maybe here. Bablam. Kaboosh.
Kaboosh! A missile. Kaboosh! A missile flies.
So I got that. I got this smoke blob.
Kaboosh! A missile.
Gustava, no. She's fine. She's not. She's fine.
Kaboosh!
Yeah, it's kind of fun. She's like sandwiched in between. I was thinking this could, like...
Boosh! A missile flies in and blows up the...
Yeah, maybe to there. And it just kind of drifts away? I don't know. Maybe it should have more energy to it.
Boosh! A missile flies in and blows up the bridge and...
Yeah, it should probably go faster.
Boosh! A missile flies in... Boosh! A missile...
Let's scale it up real quick with opacity. Maybe start at like 20 already.
Boosh!
And, maybe it tops out at like 75?
Boosh! A missile flies in and... Boosh! A missile flies in and...
When we start to fade out the opacity a bit, like 30.
A missile flies in... Boosh! A missile flies in and... Boosh! A missile...
What if we just did that?
Boosh! A missile flies in and... Boosh! A missile flies in and...
Moosh. Yeah, I think it starts to fade out, but then... Also, I'm gonna try doing a warbly on there.
Boosh! A missile flies in and...
What was my warbly effect? Distortion... Warped, stable? No, turbulent displace. That's the one. Make it all warbled. Warble it up. That's pretty warbly. Oh. Well, my bad, Adobe. I was just trying to warble it. We analyze every report. Do you? Send report help us analyze the cause and explore solutions. Nah. No. I warbled too close. Oh, it quit unexpectedly. That's crazy. I don't believe you could do that. My premiere closed unexpectedly? I don't think that doesn't seem like the premiere I know. They wibble and they warble and they don't fall down. And also, it opens up this screen and you... Oh, there, okay. I did click. It just, like... the project takes, like, a couple seconds to open, but it, like, doesn't do anything for, like... It's like, good. That was one of the things going to DaVinci. I'm like, oh, it's just so snappy. It's so nice to just, like, open it up. They give you your Project Explorer thing of all your projects. You open it, just bam. And it's like, these aren't huge projects yet, but, like, man, it feels good. And then going back to Premiere where it's like, oh, hold on, you're clicking on a thing. You want to drag a keyframe around? Well, that's fine. You want to box select a keyframe? That's going to run at 1 FPS. Ain't nothing we can do about that. It's just like, oh, man. Skill issue. No, it's absolutely my fault. Yeah. Anyway, can I warble it, or are you going to be mad at me again? Warble, 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 warble. Let's see. Evolution, move it over. Warble, warble, warble.
A missile fly.
That's too... It's always too much. I'm like, I want it to be visibly warbly.
A missile flies in.
But also it can look too much like water, I guess. So I want the offset to go up, or I want the size down.
A missile.
The size being down makes it too crunched up. Oh, my smoke. Oh, we can go negative with it. That's fun. What if I do less?
A missile flies in.
Yeah. Industry standard. Yeah.
A missile flies in and blows up.
I don't know, remember what pin if it does. Pin left.
A missile.
I don't think anything changes.
A missile.
Also, I'm realizing that it should not be visible down here. So what I could do... Also, annoyingly, now that I have to use this every time I want to make a mask, I can't just grab it from the thing itself. It annoys me that every time it defaults, if I close and reopen Premiere, it defaults to object mask. Which, like... I don't... What? I haven't even tried it, because I'm like, I just want to be able to make a mask. I don't want you to do an algorithm for it. Your masks are stored externally in a dedicated folder? Huh? What? To avoid issues, don't modify the contents of this folder. Always move it together with your project. Okay, Premiere. I didn't think that was how you needed to undo that. That is bizarre to me. Like, you could have custom pen mask tools of like crazy fucking shapes. It stores it just fine. They implement this new thing. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, champ. All right, I have to apply it to the opacity because that's how. Oh no, it's down here. Opacity. There we go. It's having no effect. Why is it having no effect? Why are we here? It is having an effect. There's just too much going on. Hide that. There we go. Oh boy. Back to this. You increase the feather. And then let's just get all of that in there. And then, Kaboosh. We'll just kind of have, like, I don't know, this bit feathered out. Just a bit. And then I need to be in frame mode. Otherwise, it won't work the way I think it will. And then we go forward a bit. And we'll just bring those out. Like that. It's just that easy. And now it'll move with it. So... Not quite. A little bit more down. Oh no, more. Whatever. Just here, I want it to still kind of rein that in a little bit. There we go.
Boosh! A missile flies in and blows up.
There you go.
Boosh! A missile flies in and.
Very cool, Premiere. Hey, Cinema Coco likes for 13. Premiere, adjective, first of importance, rank or quality. Yeah, but you forgot that it's not Premiere, it's Premiere Pro. So, it's not just first of importance, it's also professional first of importance.
Kaboosh! A missile flies in and kaboosh!
Should it be faster? Should it be faster?
Boosh! A missile flies. Kaboosh! A missile flies in and blows up.
Should it be really fast?
Boosh! A missile flies in and blows up.
Nah.
Boosh! A missile.
Too fast.
Boosh! A missile flies. Boosh! A missile flies.
Let's bring it down to like 10.
Boosh! A missile flies. Boosh! A missile flies in and.
Now I'm overthinking the smoke of all things, but you know.
Boosh! A missile flies.
And then the kablam. Every time I try to scale this, it doesn't look right. My explosions. But I can try. Let's just go 100.
Boosh! 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 Boosh!
And then just kind of fade it out. I don't know. Real fast.
Boosh! Boosh! A missile.
Too fast.
Boosh! Boosh! A missile flies in and blatantly kaboosh! A missile flies.
That's not so bad.
Boosh! A missile flies.
Hey, KO. Thanks for the prime. Also, Cinema Coco had a prime. Thank you for the primes. 28th birthday was 4 days ago. I feel as old as how many months my sub is. 85 months. Happy Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth! And happy belated birthday, KO. Hope you had a good one.
Kaboosh! A missile flies. Boosh!
It feels weird to me because I feel like it shouldn't fade out, but I don't have a better way to get rid of the fire. Maybe I could, like, start to scale it down. Scale the height down a bunch and the width a little bit.
A missile.
Oh, that is really weird looking.
A missile. Boosh! A missile.
What if I did this and then this? I can't do that.
A missile. Kaboosh! A missile.
Oh, that is... Maybe could work.
Boosh! A missile. Kaboosh! A missile.
It kind of... There's something there. Maybe it does need to hold that.
Boosh! A missile. Boosh! A missile.
Also, it's sitting there and then fading away as it's static. So maybe...
Boosh! A missile.
Boosh. A
Hmm. Expand and fade at the same time? Maybe.
Kaboosh. A missile fly. Kaboosh. A missile flies in.
That's pretty good. I think maybe if this eases in, and then we ease this out.
Boosh. A boosh. A boosh. A missile flies
Yeah.
in. Boosh. A missile fly.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe this should go down to like 20 and then disappear.
Boosh. A missile fly.
Yeah.
Boosh. A missile flies in.
Kaboosh. Let's see. Also, there's one more element. There's one more element I need, which is back here. Wait, I need to select everything. Just this is the game over music, and it reminds me of the Beatles Ocarina of Time Game Over. Because of course they did a Beatles Game Over.
Boosh.
I also have. See how this works. It might not.
Boosh.
But I added these little tendril guys
Boosh.
that I wanted to try to put a little warble onto. Just so, like, the big explosion and the smoke goes away, but then you have, like, this little kind of hopefully wispy remnant, and if it looks like ass, we'll just get rid of it. But I want to fade it in over a couple frames.
Boosh. A boosh. A boosh.
How about
Boosh. Boosh.
Boosh, the mighty Boosh. And now what if we added another Premiere? Don't explode on me.
Flies in. Boosh. A missile fly.
So if this is just kind of, ooh, yeah, that's, it needs to be much less. So is that size down? No, because the size just, yeah, that's not really the right look. I think it's amount down. Bring the amount down to 15 and then evolve it. I mean, I could do like 2 separate ones and try to pin them at the bottom if that works the way I think it does, which sometimes doesn't. There's other types of displacement. What does a bulge do? It's kind of the same. What does a twist do? That's kind of the same. Turbulent smoother. Smooths my turbulent? Vertical displacement? Oh. Oh, that's what I want. Maybe. Well, I said that, but then cross displacement. How dare you? Oh, whoa, that. I'm glad that there is one that just does. Because I'm like, maybe that's, is that what I want for the, for this guy? For smoke blob? What if that was a horizontal displacement? Or do I think vertical? I think that might make it look more like smoke than like a watery kind of blobular situation.
A missile.
The good news is you can't even tell it's
A
animated.
missile.
What if we go nuts with it? Really spin it.
A missile flies in.
You can almost start to see it.
A missile flies. Boosh. A missile.
I mean, you're not meant to be looking at the smoke, right? It's just like I want it to evoke an idea of it being smoke.
A missile flies.
Maybe I need bigger size and more spin.
A missile fly. Boosh. A missile flies in. Boosh. A missile.
More amount?
A missile.
Oh god.
Boosh. A missile.
I think we're getting closer and further away from what I want at the same time.
A missile fly.
God, this song is good. This whole soundtrack is good.
A missile. Kaboosh. A missile fly.
Yeah, that's what's happening. God damn it. Fucking Premiere. Ugh. Yeah, I know you didn't. Okay. Recover the latest version of projects. That's fine. How dare I try to use an effect that's been in this software for God knows how long. The missile's coming from my computer.
A missile.
At least it's not like killing stream when that happens. It's not like a GPU error. It's just Premiere getting cranky.
Kaboosh. A missile flies in him. Kaboosh. A missile
Maybe
flies
that's
in
fine.
him. Kaboosh. A missile.
Okay, let me go again to try the trails. Maybe it's just doing that, but like slowly, you know?
The
Because
figure skating gold medal. And she dies. Meanwhile, Doc.
I do need to add the trails there, but let's see. If we've just got this, and we go to here, and we just kind of do a couple rotations.
Boosh! A missile flies in and blows up the bridge and Gustavo. Snake goes Gustavo.
It might even be too much.
Boosh! A missile flies in and blows up the bridge and Gustavo.
Also, I can reduce the opacity of them, might help. So they fade in, and maybe like, is 50? Well, honestly, maybe we just do a tiny little bit. Does that look weird? Nevitz! 10 months, thank you. I once paid $600 for a limo rental, but I didn't realize that the base price didn't include a driver. I spent all that money, had nothing to chauffeur it. You're gonna look me in the eyes and say that to me? Thank you.
Blows up the bridge and Gustavo. Snake goes Gustavo. No.
Hey, it looks
She
pretty
goes,
good.
You were right. I was the figure.
What do we think of this big ol' explosion and tendrils and stuff?
A missile flies in and blows up the bridge and Gustavo. Snake goes Gustavo. No. And she goes, you were right.
I think it works. And if we go back to here.
Snake goes Gustavo.
No.
And she goes, you were right.
Yeah, we can do it here. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And she goes, you.
Let's see. Oh, what? Do it. What? I have a million files titled RIP Gus, short for Gustava. I type RIP, and it doesn't think I have anything in my... Does the search not work the way I think it does? What if I search Gus? What? Snake. What? Is it just actually broken now? I don't know. Anyway. I know what I want. I just thought I could get it faster than that. Snake's in the background. He looks really good with his no face. And Gustava looks really good with her no face. There they are.
And she goes, you were right.
Mm-hmm. The last crash, possibly, is a case sensitive. RIP. Also, it seems to not be updating now until I try to scroll. And then everything goes away. So, I think it might just be broken from the crash, or... Who knows?
Snake goes Gustavo. No.
I want to try to capture the motion in...
And she goes, you.
Yeah, that should work. Can you, like, control F it? Well, that's what this little search bucket's for. And it was working, but also some... Again, like, what I was running into was the opposite problem. I would search, like, snake, and it would give me a million results instead of just the things that have snake in the file name. So, I don't know. Tracker! Thanks for gifting us up the Moobot. Once again, Moobot can bar you. Beamos noises, thank you. So then... Snake can go
And she goes,
slide in the frame. Like this.
and she goes, you were. And she, no. And she goes,
That's too slow. You're too slow, Snake. You're taking too long.
and she goes, you were right.
Do I go faster? Do I dare?
And she goes, you were right.
No.
And she goes, you.
That's probably okay.
Gustavo, no.
And she goes, you.
I mean, I would also try to maybe do a little bit of vertical movement, but I didn't. I mean, I could also zoom him in, like, I don't know, a little bit. And do like a, but that gives me like very little wiggle room. It's probably just fine. Scoots him into frame, yeah.
And she goes, you were right.
And then Gustava looks like this. Oh. She looks like this, actually. And Snake looks like this, which I'll have to slide over with him. So what year it come out? Gustava, was Gustava actually the 88 Winter one Kojima's All History? Kojima's All History. I don't think she's based off of a real person, but I don't know. I didn't actually check. If you want to look up who is the figure skating gold medalist from 1988, let me know.
And she goes,
Him sliding into his
and
face.
she goes,
I'm not keeping it, but that's funny. Let's have them move up, and then move Snake's face here.
and she goes, and she goes, you were right.
Mm-hmm. I really like that when I'm dragging things around, it'll like, I don't know. I understand that that's a snap point first. But I'm like, I wish it kind of, when I was zoomed out, I wish it took priority for like, if I'm doing audio, prioritize audio. If I'm in video, prioritize video. But it makes no distinction. It's like, oh, you want to snap to that, don't you? I'm like, I'm this far zoomed out. I probably want to zoom, connect to that. It's fine. Katarina went from East Germany. She's not German. Well, actually, I don't know her nationality, now that I think about it. She might be. Jaeger is German for hunter, so maybe she is meant to be German. Is Gustava Hefner a very German-sounding name? I don't know. It just sounds European to me, to my ignorant ass. Was there drama with Katarina Witt where she had to flee the Soviet Union or something?
No. And she goes, you were right.
Here's a song by D&D campaign. Nice. A transition when she pulled the big evil lever. Bravo. Bravo.
And she goes, you.
You were right, she says, making her face go, bah.
He goes, you were right. I was the. He goes, you were right. I was the figure skating gold medalist. Right. I was the figure skating gold medalist. I tried to defect to the U.S. I tried to defect to the U.S. with my fiance, Frank Hunter.
Mm-hmm. There's also named Natalia, or is it someone else? Her original name... What was it? I don't recall. I have the remade names. Where does it say? Natasha Markova was her original name. So, yeah. Might have changed her name to avoid similarity with Natasha Romanenko, who's in Metal Gear Solid 1. Her backstory being, according to the Metal Gear fandom wiki, her backstory being a Czechoslovakian Olympic ice skater who became romantically involved with an American soldier was derived from Crossfire. So. No. Although Gustava's portrait depicts her as a brunette, her sprite depicts her as a blonde. Yep. I just went with brown. Anyway. That's not that, yeah. Close, though.
Fiance, Frank.
Frank.
Say Frank Hunter.
Yeah, this is how I'm currently... If you've been following these editing streams, I had in Resolve her going Frank Hunter in a lighter voice, and then me going Frank Hunter with more bass underneath it. And now I'm leaning towards this,
Frank Hunter. But we
which still has the bassy voice, but it's much more subtle and less, like, overlapping with it.
Frank Hunter. But we were caught.
So, we'll see. I'm still messing around with it.
Say Frank Hunter. But we were caught, and I was stripped of my medals.
Who's been cubed?
Say Frank Hunter. But Hunter. Frank Hunter. Hunter. But Hunter.
Oh, Frank from God of War. Yeah, her fiance was Frank. Frank the Cube.
Frank Hunter. Frank Hunter. But we were fiance. Frank Hunter. But we were caught, and I was stripped of. We were caught, and
Mm-hmm.
and I was stripped of my medals. I was stripped of my medals.
I thought it would add to the drama of the scene if her mouth went meh meh.
Fiance, Frank Hunter. But we were caught, and I was stripped of.
And I could shake the faces around more, but I think I'm saving that for Snake. She's too serious and dying.
My medals. No.
Nope. Oops. Snake's face. There we go. Yeah.
My medals.
That's good.
No.
Huh? Oh. Wrong face. This face. There he is. He's so sad.
No. No.
Perfect. I didn't intend for him to be crying into his own mouth like that, but that's just kind of how it happened when I was coloring it in. And I've decided that's just what he's doing. He can't... It's like Dune. You can't spare a single drop of moisture. So, don't worry about it.
No.
Yeah, move it like to there.
No. No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh my god, that's a lot.
No.
Is it too much?
My medals.
No.
Snake, is it too much? He's saying no. I don't think it's too much.
No.
I think just the little slide at the end there is not necessary.
No. 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 No.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like One Piece character, damn.
No.
You can't. You can't.
You can't die. Die. You can't die. You can't die.
Yo ho ho, we took a bite of gum gum. Hey weep, how are you? Happy One Piece. I don't know if anything's happening in One Piece. Just, you know, happy One Piece. Oh, this pile of keyframes here is stupid. Oh, it's going pretty good. I mean, look at this.
Stripped of my medals.
No, you can't die. You're too hot.
It's going pretty good.
Die. You're. Die. You're. Can't die. You're too. Can't die. You're too. Can't die. You're too. Can't die. You're. You're too hot. You're too. You're too hot. You're too hot.
That's why.
Can't die. You're too hot.
A dire. Oh boys, we're finally getting the backstory character 700 chapters after he was introduced. Cool. Oh, I can't fathom. I cannot fathom. Wait, was that?
Too hot.
It was not supposed to go there.
Too hot. Too hot. You're too hot. You're too hot.
Maybe it's a little too jittery. Smooth it out a little bit.
You're too hot. You're too hot. You're too hot. Too hot. Too hot.
That's why.
Too hot.
Although I want him to switch back to other face. It looks like he's judging the fuck out of her.
Too hot.
That's what.
Too hot.
Holy shit. Huh. Oops.
That. Too hot. That's what.
God.
Too hot.
That's why.
Holy shit. Fucking hell. Well, the fears got me when I'm fighting King Dodongo. And lava is actually molten rock. It's a fun science fact.
You're too hot.
That.
Yeah, what? Huh? Hey, Premiere.
Oh.
Hey, Premiere, remember? Premiere, remember that thing where you showed me the visuals of what I put together? Beatles! In Zanzibar land. Can I trick it into showing me what I'm working on? Oh, okay. I love this software so much. It's genuinely impressive that after all of this time, the frequency with which it just kind of gives up on stuff. Things will just fall off. Oh yeah, I mean that's why if you're watching, I every time I click on anything, I'm hitting save. It is an ingrained muscle memory. There we go. We're back.
Snake goes,
Gustava, no.
and she goes, you were right. I was the figure skating gold medalist. I tried to defect to the US with my fiance, Frank Hunter. But we were caught, and I was stripped of my medals.
No, you can't die. You're too hot.
That's why I had to leave the ice. And she dies.
Meanwhile, it feels pretty good.
No.
It's like not how I normally do things like this, but I think it's kind of fun. Robin Hood themed skating number as Robin Hood in a mask and costume because she didn't want to be accused of seducing the judges this time? That's about Katarina Witt. Secured gold placed in 85 World Championship because the competition Tiffany Chin missed the triple Sao cow. Additionally, Witt's figure skating costumes were often a topic of debate as too sexy, prompting a new regulation about modest female outfits called the Katarina roll. Holy shit. What a badass.
You can't die, you're too hot.
That's why I had to leave the ice.
And then,
Hot.
that's
why I had to leave the ice.
ice. And like there.
And she died. The ice. And why I had to leave the ice. And
Well, earlier.
leave the ice. And she dies.
Oh yeah, does it work now that I've closed and reopened? No? Is search just broken? Metal. Snake. Bathroom. Like that literally worked earlier. Who fucking knows? Down here. She dies, bleh.
Bleh. Bleh. Bleh. Bleh. Me. Bleh. Bleh. Meanwhile,
Oh. I need a drawer with X's fries. Uh-oh. Gustava with X's for eyes. She's been double Norded. Where's my to-do list? Metal Gear 2. Gustava with X's for eyes. It's in there. Alright. She's back.
Hot.
that's why I had to leave the ice. And she dies. Bleh. Mean. Bleh. Meanwhile, she dies. Bleh. Mean. And she dies. Bleh. Meanwhile,
Is this disrespectful to a fictional character?
and she dies. Bleh. Mean. Dies. Bleh. Mean.
Extremely. Okay, good. Keep going, though.
Bleh. Mean. And she dies. Bleh. Meanwhile,
I think that's good.
the ice. And she dies. Bleh.
I really like the, snap to X's and then a delay and then...
Bleh.
Bleh. What if we got stupid, though? And rotated it a little bit.
Bleh. Meanwhile. Bleh. Bleh. Mean. Bleh. Mean. And she dies. Bleh. Mean.
That's pretty good. I was like, I don't know if that's gonna do anything for it, but... She'd find it funny. She probably would.
To leave the ice. And she dies. Bleh. Meanwhile, Dr. Matt.
Yeah, I like it. Alright. Cool. What else did I do? I know what I did. Let's go back here. To... Yeah.
New head of. New.
We have a colonel. His name is Colonel Campbell. He's a military man, and he's hanging out.
New head of Foxhound. The new head of Foxhound.
Yeah,
Colonel Campbell.
there he is. Do 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 do.
Colonel Campbell. Found Colonel. Colonel Campbell. Sound Colonel Campbell. New head of Foxhound. Colonel Campbell calls up Snake and says, "This is bad, Snake."
I need to, still have to color in that snake. I'm not doing this whole scene yet because Snake's not done, but I need I need some Star Fox 64 reference. Full game playthrough. There he goes. Yeah, so now play Colonelical Gas. Star Fox Switch 2? No.
Colonel.
If Star Fox Switch 2 looks like this, then I'll like it. But it's not, so I won't.
Calls up Snake and says, calls up Snake and says,
This is bad.
found Colonel Campbell.
So when this happens, then we do... oh, I need to do some corner pin shenanigans as well. Yeah. So, pin these, and then
Calls up Snake.
this flies over. I'm gonna hide him for now. And then shrink it down a bit. And then we're gonna do some weird fuckery. Oh, I thought it was crashing on me because I missed the click.
Campbell calls up Snake and says,
This is bad.
That's pretty good.
Campbell calls up Snake.
Let's ease that in. Ease that in. Ease that in. Can the fox mascot mouth flap like Star Fox's? It could, but I'd have to redraw this whole fucking guy. Instead, I have this happening.
You can count on me, Colonel. I'll do my best.
So I already have the mouth flaps over on that side.
New head of Foxhound, Colonel Campbell, calls up Snake and says,
Maybe a little quicker. Sometimes you gotta do it.
calls up Snake and says,
Okay, and then Colonel can just kind of slide over. Or do I... How am I doing this? I don't know. Maybe just kind of shrink him over there too. Maybe that?
calls up Snake and
Ease it in so it matches.
Campbell calls up Snake and says,
I didn't really think through how it's gonna work. I wanted to like evoke Star Fox enough. Like I think it obviously does, just with Snake looking like that. He should be inside of a box, because like this is what I'm working with, right? But I'm like I don't have a smooth way to transition the move. I mean, I could like have the Colonel in front of it and then have the entire frame, but that's gonna be too much. I think it's okay for him to kind of stand in front of it like that, but then Snake can be inside of a little box off to the side. So, well, see. This feels like a patent kind of like delivering update to the troops, and as long as Snake's in a box, then they'll read as like he's in a call. What if I go even more crunched up with this? Even more perspective.
Colonel Campbell calls up Snake and says,
This is bad.
Yeah. Yeah. He does love to be inside of a box, especially a UI Zoom call boss. Box.
The new head of Foxhound, Colonel Campbell, calls up Snake and says,
This is bad, Snake.
Yeah, so the way that Snake flies in and I might do the same kind of thing of like a box kind of being drawn and then he pops up in it, or the whole thing bounces like the codec calls. We'll see.
Snake and says,
Why is this soundtrack so good? What if we do this?
This is bad. This is bad, Snake.
How does it feel if I just very cheaply do all of this? Like this? Normally I try to like, you know, animate them and rotate around and do it like two of the words, but sometimes I think it is funny to just do it like this.
This is
Especially if it adds to like the stilted N64 cutscene vibe.
This is bad. This is bad. Snake. bad, Snake.
Whoop.
Calls up Snake and says,
This is bad, Snake. Get in there and stop them. Get in there and stop them.
says,
This is bad, Snake. Get in there and stop them.
You can count on me, Colonel. I'll do my best.
he eats up.
I like it. I like it.
Colonel Campbell calls up Snake and says,
This is bad, Snake. Get in there and stop them.
You can count on me, Colonel. I'll do my best.
he eats a pack of cigarettes
Great.
and moves into the mountain fortress of Zanzibar land.
Yeah, I do have more Zanzibar land stuff, but I'm not worried about that yet. What? Well, I could. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the whole scene yet till I have. Yeah. Me when I have Campbell. There he is. Horizontal flip this man. Good. First time I've horizontally flipped him, I don't hate it. That's always a risk. When you draw something, then you flip it, and you're like, oh, it looks so bad. There. Sure. He doesn't look like he's looking at them, but that's fine. He's just too cool.
They meet back up with the Colonel, who says,
So, is
Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about any of that.
They meet back up with the Colonel, who says,
so is this MSX cartridge the real deal?
Hacker
Yeah.
needs to even
The world is saved. Good.
Yeah, there he is.
Campbell goes,
The world is saved. Good work, Snake. Snake?
What if he got really small?
Snake?
But he's already gone.
What if Campbell was really small? How much would that change Metal Gear lore? If he was just really tiny. Yeah. Realized I've drawn him kind of standing at an angle, which is
Snake?
not doing me any favors.
They meet back up with the Colonel, who says,
So, is this
Thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. Okay, Zanzibar Land, the bridge, we got that. Metal Gear D, I'm not doing like that. Radio. Snake Close Pier ladder. Okay, great. I think I've implemented, unless there might be another like radio call. Yeah. But I've pretty much implemented everything new I've drawn. Which feels pretty good. Yeah, let's get this here. Fuck yeah, this song.
the Colonel, who says, and it's the Colonel who says,
And Snake to death? To death, they say. To shreds, you say? Text box. Can't believe she calls her dress garbage. It's fucked. So fucked.
and it's the Colonel who says,
Oh, by the way, Gray Fox's real name is Frank Yeager.
Yay.
Jaeger is German for hunter. Frank,
Hunter? You were Gustavo.
Okay. And
Colonel who's
okay. And I still need to fix a lot of that too. And and this. Yeah. Okay. And that. Boy, there's a bunch of random low radio calls in here. Okay. That's fine. I mean, that is the Metal Gear experience. There's a lot of important communication over radio, and I can't really easily replace it. I like using it. It's fun. It makes it feel like the games. I just want to make sure when I have it on, I mean, at least I've already watched it in a rough state and it didn't feel like too much. Like, I'm worried if half the video is codec calls with nothing going on, then that'd feel bad, so.
Pigeons.
Pigeons, like peas. Give peas a chance.
And it's the Colonel who says,
Oh, by the way, Gray Fox's real name is...
What? Hello? What? Okay. What? What did we... Premiere? What? Why is that default? Why are we... Why? It's fine. It's just like things work and then it just will get cranky. And I'm like, nothing's different. Every other time I grab a text box. Why on earth? If I click, it... Premiere is going to be the death of me. I know they love peace. What if I grab a different text box? Maybe that one's just haunted. As the bare minimum for software companies is against the Constitution. I know, right? I'm gonna be thrown in jail for this. There's... I grabbed the wrong layer again. We're here. Graphic. You can hear them over the radio. It's true. That's important for later. Here. I just like that I have like literal documented hours of stream of it working, and then I can be like, why did it suddenly decide to stop? It's doing it again. Yeah, it's changing to the Lucida console and changing the font size to 100, which is like, I guess the default. But I'm like literally selecting text. That is, press start, 56. What if I do this? I can't even Control A to select all the text. Like what? Premiere, what are we doing? Oh. What? The first letter was correct. How does that happen? That the first letter's in the right font and then it changes? Oh. Oh, it kills me. This is all the shit where it's like, I can't wait to be done with Adobe. It's not just like the big level decision making. It's like, there's so much jank that's just broken. Can you change text defaults? Oh, you know, that'd be so cool if that was a thing. However, I don't even know where that would be or what it would be. You can change some of these things. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, by the way, press start. What? Oh, it's because it needs to be 56. Huh? Okay. 56. There we go. Now will you behave? Now are we good? Oh, I could just never hit Control A to select all the text? I just imagined that. Okay. That didn't stop working. It never worked. Gray Fox's real name is... And I think I do Frank Hunter on the next thing.
Real name is Frank, by the way. Gray Fox's...
I go, it just like copy pasting it made it really mad for some reason. Something made it cranky, but then just like deleting it and doing it over and being like, no, this is what I want. Now it's working again, which is like good. I prefer that to it just being broken forever.
It's the Colonel who says,
Oh, by the way, Gray Fox's real name is Frank.
Yeah, I need to not.
and it's the Colonel
Oh, by the way.
Oh, by the way, Gray Fox's real name is
Frank
Yeager.
Wait, I just now hit Control A and it selected all text. I'm gonna lose it. Frank Hunter. No, Frank Jaeger. Jaeger.
Frank Jaeger.
And this can be bigger. There.
Frank Jaeger. Jaeger is
Good. Maybe.
is Frank Jaeger. Jaeger is German. Oh, by the way, great. Oh, by the way, Gray Fox's real name is Frank Jaeger. Is Frank Jaeger. Jaeger is Frank.
I was thinking of splitting it up as like Frank, then Jaeger, but I think it's fine.
Oh, by the way, Gray Fox's real name is Frank Jaeger.
Let's just do this. Maybe it'll work. It's working. Snake just knows this.
Jaeger is German for hunter. Frank. Frank. Hunter?
Mm-hmm. Franklin Danklin.
Oh, by the way, Gray Fox's real name is Frank Jaeger.
Jaeger is German for hunter.
I also should mention, I'll turn down the music a little bit, I'm sorry. In the actual video game, you don't get this information from the Colonel. You get it from a different member of the support team, whose name eludes me. I cut him from the video because his only plot function that actually matters, he's like the weapons expert guy, is this conversation. He's the one that's like, his name is Frank Jaeger.
Jaeger is German for hunter.
So
Frank.
I was like, I can just give it to Colonel, and then I don't have to make a whole new character and introduce him and set him up. So
Frank.
eludes me.
Frank. Hunter?
Maybe this goes Frank Hunter. Frank Zaz Grabble Snark? Was my Molly Kevin listening to stream and I broke apart? No. That stinks. I'm sorry. And then we'll go back a bit. And then that. Problem with this is that manipulating these keyframes stinks. George Castle. That's... wasn't it Kessler? Kassler. Yeah. That's the one.
Frank. Hunt. Frank.
Because I can't just grab these and drag them over and it goes exactly where I want. It'll like snap to increments of how wide it is. Which is like, okay, when it's zoomed out, sure. But then when I'm zoomed in, I can't just... for some reason, they won't let me just drag it over. Like, this interface is baffling.
Hunter?
So maybe that's good enough.
Frank. Hunter?
Yeah. That's good.
And it's the Colonel who says, oh, by the way, Gray Fox's real name is Frank Jaeger.
Jaeger is German for hunter. Frank. Hunter? You were Gustava's fiance.
I also might have the text animate as well. Animate, text, overlay, zoom, and fade. So it's like Frank Hunter. We'll see. And then, all this is still broken. That's fine. There's you. His name is Johan. He knows about animals. He's my favorite guy.
Wow, that sounds like...
Wow. Radio receive. Oop, oop. Yeah. And
And Snake goes, cheese.
mm-hmm.
Wow. And says, wow, that sounds like.
Johan and Snake and let's get those. Frequency Johan and text box. Oops. I really should make like effectively like a macro, like a sequence I can just drag and drop, but it's fine. There aren't too many of these.
Wow, that sounds like the highly poisonous Zanzibar hamster. Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, cheese. And Snake goes, cheese, of course. And Snake goes,
Does he go away then? Oops. Not that one. This one.
here. Ooh, cheese. And Snake goes, cheese, of course. And lures the hamsters out.
Alternatively, when he wanders off and goes, oh, cheese.
And Snake goes,
I could have him like end the call, or I could just animate his like portrait going away. I think that might. I hadn't thought about it till just now, but I kind of like the idea of him like wandering off. Just like, where are you going? You haven't even let the like. It's like my favorite thing that my friends sometimes do is they'll stay in the call and then yell across the room to their computer. Just like, okay.
guys here. Ooh, cheese. And Snake goes, cheese, of course. And Snake goes,
He goes, and then we change this to receiving. I mean, sending from receiving. When Viz does that, Viz does it great. You also do a great Shiv. Give yourself some credit. It is very funny. Straight up Bach. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's this whole biome grew on me when I first heard the songs. I was like, oh. Especially there's some of the later stages, like the Olympus stuff too. I'm like, the music's really good, but like I just don't like it as much as the more Darren Corby stuff. But it's still good.
wow, that sounds like the highly poisonous.
Okay, get rid of these, and I do have this up here still. Okay, I'll figure that out later. Leave frame is image leave. The whole frame. I think the whole thing leaves. I think I originally was thinking like the frame is consistent and then characters can move inside of the frame, but I like the frame itself just being an embodiment of like the character in the scene, and like I grabbed the wrong guy. Having just this whole thing just being like, whoa, cheese, I gotta go, is just like stupid in a way that tickles me. So I think we go with that. Flipping the portrait 180 horizontally. Oh, pizza guy's here. Keep doing the wrong thing. Oh, pizza guy's here. Gotta go. Maybe. We'll see. Can try both. I need to text. There. Wow.
Wow, that sounds like the.
And I will once again state for the record, because my brother gave me this as a note, and I was like, you're probably right, that they should not be poisonous hamsters, they should be venomous hamsters. You're not. I think the difference is like it can like bite you and give you a like poison effect is venomous, as opposed to poisonous being like you ingest it and you're poisoned by that process. I think that's some of the distinction. I could be wrong. So I think the idea is that they should be venomous hamsters, not poisonous hamsters. However, the game calls them poisonous hamsters, and that's what I'm gonna do, because that's funnier.
Wow, that sounds like.
Bit more vague. There might be multiple ways. Venom bites you, poison other contact, or eat them. Yeah, so maybe hamsters could poison you on contact, like a tree frog or like some kind of like secretion. Doesn't seem the likeliest scenario. The defense versus offense. You can argue they're both defense. Well, yeah. I bite you and I die as poison. You bite me and I die as venom. Oh. Could be both. Could be both. Either way, if anyone is like, actually, they wouldn't be poisonous, they'd be venomous. But like, take it up with the video game. and it's funnier if they're poisonous. Neither was that. He's kinky.
Wow, that's
The highly kinky Zanzibar hamsters. Wow. That sounds like the highly poisonous. I don't, even if it fits there, I feel like I want Zanzibar ham. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Put an asterisk.
wow, that sounds like the highly poisonous Zanzibar hamster.
I wish I could fit this all in one thing, but maybe I just to scooch them all in there. Yeah, that works. Maybe down a smidge more. Hit. Nah, it's more center here. A little snug, but it works. I wanted to keep it to like 2 to 3 lines on average for line, but I think this is important enough to get in one screen.
And says,
Wow, that sounds like the highly poisonous Zanzibar hamster.
I need you to live with this whole thought in your brain and not split it up, you know? Call me poisonous. Poisonous snake.
and says,
Wow, that sounds like the highly poisonous Zanzibar hamster. Whoa.
And then, is it going to be jarring to go from that back to this? Probably, but oh well. Japan doesn't make the distinction between poison and venom. Ah. Well, that would make sense. I mean, it still should be on the localizers to catch that distinction and go, actually, it should be like this instead of this. That's part of localization. It's not one-to-one translation, as anyone who works with translations would know.
Wow, that sounds like the high.
Oops. Do 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 do. I look forward to doing all these by hand and getting a VOD comment that's like, oh, just click on this and it lets you do this as like an actual keyframed animation to reveal the text. Because surely, right? In current year.
and says,
Wow, that sounds like the highly poisonous Zanzibar hamster. Whoa, hold up, pizza guy's here. Whoa, hold.
Do I think of him with the oh? Oh.
Whoa, hold.
It's more of a oh, but like
Whoa, hold up, Pete. Whoa.
I don't know how to subtitle that. It could just be oh, but like oh's not the right vibe.
Whoa, hold up. Whoa.
What? 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 What?
Whoa, hold up.
Whoa does work. Ope feels more fun though.
Whoa, hold up, pizza guy's here. Whoa. Is here. Whoa. And
Whoop. You can't have cheese pizza anymore from the delivery guy. Cause of whoop.
whoa, hold up, pizza guy's here. Whoa.
This is another bit I'm really fond of in the video because this is barely an exaggeration of what happens in game. The conversation almost verbatim is that sounds like the highly poisonous Zanzibar hamster. There's like 432 different variations of hamsters. They're part of the family Rodentia. They like cheese. Oh, hold on, pizza guy's here. Like, it's like, he says that in the thing. Gotta go. I need to get my cheese pizza is like in there. So this isn't even really a bit I'm doing. It's just kind of authentic to the game.
Guy's here. Whoa. Gee.
I think this should be like a little bit smaller. And maybe like over here. Yeah, as he's leaving. Oop.
Pizza guy's here. Whoa. Gee. And Snake goes, Whoa. Gee.
And that's gone.
Whoa. Gee. Guy's here. Whoa.
A little bit earlier.
He's here. Whoa. Here.
It's more like there.
He's here. Whoa. Gee. And Snake goes, Goes, cheese, of course. And look, goes,
Break that up.
Goes, cheese.
A lot of my snake voice is just kind of generic gruff guy. I'm not like really trying to emulate David Hayter, but every now and then I try to bring it in a little bit. And like lines like this, I'm pretty happy with the like cheese is like that's a kind of like more David Hayter-ish. He likes doing his like you know, that's like the stereotypical snake noise. So cheese. Also, I've been trying to strike a balance where like these games, because there's no voice acting to really compare it to, I'm trying to take like the David Hayter style and just kind of like smooth it out a little bit. He's not quite as gruff. He's not like Colonel. He's just kind of like, oh, look at this. Wow, here we go. And then I'm just when he's a little bit more world weary and a little more like, leave me alone. And then by MGS2, he's more just, I don't give a fuck, leave me alone. And then 4, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. I don't want to do what David Hayter did for MGS4, which was milk and cigarettes to ruin his throat and get it all phlegmy, so he'd be like, Naomi, I'm dying. And it's just like I don't know if I want to do that to my body. So just the cigarettes for me, yeah. Made of gravel, yeah. So I'll have to figure out, because I can't just do my stereotypical old man like, hello everybody. It's like King of Town. Oh, I'm old. Like that doesn't work for old Snake. He has to sound like his voice is his throat's gonna fall out of his mouth if he talks too fast.
Wow, that sounds like the highly poisonous Zanzibar hamster. Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, gee. And Snake goes,
This is great. This is a good sequence. There. Cut your windpipe with wax. And eat all the hot peppers I want. What a legendary episode.
oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, gee.
Ooh, cheese. Cheese. James May. Cheese, James May. Yep.
Ooh, gee. And Snake goes, cheese.
Thank you, chat. I know I can rely on you, chat. You've always got my back when it comes to James May cheese. Devil May Cry. James May cheese.
Cheese, of course. And lures the hamster, says, wow, that...
Beetles in Forest Temple. Look out!
Wow! That sounds like the highly poisonous Zanzibar
Giant
hamster.
pineapple.
Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, gee. And Snake goes, cheese, of course.
All right. Let's see. What's funnier?
Pizza guy's hamster. Oh, hold up.
I feel like this is gonna be jarring as fuck. It's like, those aren't supposed to move.
Pizza guy's here. Ooh, gee.
No, I did it again. This. It's P, Johan, not F, Johan. Cheese. There he goes.
Pizza guy's here. Ooh, gee. And Snake.
Or is it more like...
Pizza guy's here. Ooh. Hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, gee. And
Yeah, it's more like that.
hold up.
George is in the shop. Yeah. George is in the shop. Yeah. Ugh. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey, man, Earth Pamon. Excellent. Okay. I love doing all of this stupid, tedious work when I'm like, I don't even know if this is gonna look like anything. But sometimes you just get to surprise yourself and be like, actually, this is really fun. And sometimes it's like, ugh, oh dear. But even when you go, ugh, maybe you learn more of what you want it to be, and that's still worth it. Let's just bring him up, because might as well.
Pizza guy's here. Ooh.
Holy shit, that's not the vibe I thought it was gonna be. But it might be better.
Poisonous Zanzibar hamster. Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, cheese. And Snake goes, cheese.
Wow. Wow.
Zanzibar hamster. Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, cheese.
Where's he going? Okay, real quick. That is saved. That's locked in. What if alternatively, right on this frame, he gets flipped, and I should be able to use anchor point to move him without losing any of the actual animation. Yeah. So, how's this feel?
Zanzibar hamster. Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, cheese. And Snake.
Holy shit. Huh. Oh, they're both good for different reasons, though. Mirror way, yeah, just like this horizontal flip. Might be good at this. I might be really good at my job.
Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, cheese. And Snake goes, cheese, of course.
Fuck. Damn it. Without it?
Hamster. Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, cheese. And
Like
Snake-
that has a different vibe to it. But they're both good. Oh, I can't possibly choose. Oh. Like him sidling out without even turning, I feel like adds to... Well, I don't know, they kind of both feel surreal.
This Zanzibar hamster. Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, cheese. And Snake.
Like, that's like cleaner. It's like a simpler idea. Because you just see him fucking bobble away in a way that I really enjoy. This...
Bar hamster. Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, cheese.
is also really good. Chat likes the flip better. It's easy enough for me to keep the flip, and I can always revert it back if I don't like it. I like them both. But if chat is overwhelmingly preferring the flip, I don't hate the flip. Eeny, meeny, mo. I know. I need mo.
Hamster. Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, cheese.
It's stupid. It's really stupid either way. So I'll just leave it with the flip, and I can... Flip does hit. All right. I trust the consensus, if there is consensus. Because there's never... Anytime I'm like, hey, Chad, you like this or this? It's 50-50. It's rare that the majority are like, we like this better. So I'll take it. Yeah, it's got a little scamper. I'm taking my box with me. How do I feel about when he turns? Because he's turning and he's moving at the same time. If I bring him back a bit. So it's more of a turn. I also am like, he could turn and then start to move. I know I'm overthinking it, but I'm like, I like the clean nature of the not flip, of how he just starts moving and you're like, what? Huh? So.
This is Zanzibar hamster. Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, cheese.
I already like that. I do like that. Slightly more in line, and then he starts moving from there.
Pizza guy's here. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, cheese.
Yeah, I can have him turn on op.
Oh, hold up. Hamster.
Op. 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 A Gangnam style. Op. 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 A Gangnam style. Op. Op. Op.
Bar hamster. Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, cheese.
Oh, shit. Oh, that might be it. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, chat.
Like the highly poisonous Zanzibar hamster. Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, cheese. And Snake goes,
Wait, one last thing to try. You know me, I love a little bounce. Go like 77. Oh, he's not. I'll just have to do it by hand, which is fine. So he needs to go right a little bit. No, left a little bit. Yeah. I could also move the anchor point, but...
oh, hold up. Hamster. Oh, hold up.
Yeah, I like it. Whenever I can get away with it. Maybe it's a little too far. Just a little bounce. Just gives it a little more life. Maybe 946. I'm going real in the weeds on this. Yeah.
Whoa, hold up.
It's subtle. You feel it more than you see it, but
Whoa, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, gee.
the people love the flip. 92%? Not legally binding. I think it is actually legally binding.
Snake kicks open the locker, and it's infested with hamsters. Johan calls and says,
Wow, that sounds like the highly poisonous Zanzibar hamster. Whoa, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, gee.
and Snake goes, cheese, of course, and lures the hamsters out with a nice wheel of Gouda.
This game is like really good.
This game is really good. On the way out.
All right, cool. And then to the one non-flipper. I think there was one more. Yeah, there's another here. I can't identify eggs over the phone.
Identify eggs over the phone?
Let's grab this and this. Oh, man. No, it's weird seeing it on the black background. Because that's in-game. It has a black background. So it suddenly feels better, but I made the executive decision to not darken the background during these calls because I think it would just be too much of a flashbang to go from black to white like that. Radio call in hell. You're trapped in here with Johan. He's telling you cool facts about animals. What do? The answer is you have a good time. He's fucking neat. Oh, this track is so good.
Which, you know what, fair. The egg hatched.
Oh. I have to remove it. It doesn't make sense. But oh my god, him accidentally just starting to leave.
Which, you know what, fair. The egg
I gotta go, actually. See you later. Oh man, nope. You stay put. I can't ruin the surprise.
For Johan, who says,
I can't.
So I'm glad you like it. I'm pretty happy with it. I was thinking of maybe drawing a couple snakes, but I'm like, I don't. Honestly, this one's really good. I would only really want a different one if there's like a specific emotional beat. And it's like, it works. It works for him being upset. It works for him being like, Jaeger's German for Hunter. Also, he says like 5 things in these codec calls. Most of the time it's people saying shit at him, and it just works. Also, I like his like cigarette breaking the fourth wall there. It's fun, so. Yeah, it's a little bit of a Scamp and energy. It's like a mixture of a Scamp and a Quink. There's like an expressionless void in those eyes. So. I also like the contrast of like, I put a lot of effort, more than I needed to, into having like proper shading for each of the codec call people. Where are they? No, you died, it's sad. Yeah, like he's got his shit going on and, God, this video's a fucking nightmare. Well, I guess he doesn't have any shading on his face. Anyway, a lot of them do. Campbell does, but I just like his stupid fucking flat color, no texture. Madnar, naturally, is already perfect. Why mess with perfection?
who says, I can't identify eggs. Calls animal expert Johan, who says, I can't. Grabs it and calls animal expert Johan, who's.
I could do another bounce. Yeah, it's nice when I cut over and then I have like a moment. So that's here. Campbell portrait. Bring him back to here. Johan.
Expert Johan, who says, animal expert Johan.
Yeah.
Animal expert Johan.
Could also be. Shove the space above Six Portrait on the background, get progressively more yellow because of the smoke. Yeah, it's a good bit. I'm not gonna do it. I think it'd be too subtle, but I do like it.
Expert Johan, who says,
Well, wait.
Animal expert Johan, who says, I can't. Johan, who says, animal expert.
She needs to be on Johan.
Johan, who said, animal expert Johan, who says, I can't identify eggs over the phone. Which, you know what, fair. The egg.
Should he hang up on him again? Johan kind of consistently says some bullshit and then hangs up on him.
Expert Johan, who says, I can't identify eggs over the phone.
Yeah.
Which, you know what, fair.
Where did I have someone else do that? Or when did he do that? That's him fucking leaving. Oh, I need to fix this Holly chat. Yep.
Ease. Over and out.
There he goes.
So Snake put...
If I watch it in context, I'm like, nah, he can just hang out. Then he can just hang out.
over the phone. Which...
There.
Which, you know what, fair. Which...
Yeah, I like that weird extra frame of him being collapsed.
Says, I can't identify eggs over the phone. Which, you know what, fair. The egg hatches into a fully grown owl that flies over a garden.
Pretty happy how this turned out, too.
The egg hatches into a fully grown owl.
I like doing the kind of like, I don't know, like Pokeball kind of like... I have so little time to do this whole animation of the egg hatching, so I was just like, fucking go.
The egg hatch...
I don't remember, did I do it on stream? I don't remember if I did it on stream or not,
hatches
but...
into a fully grown owl that flies over a garden and goes...
And that's all temp, so don't worry about it. I need his dialogue box. This one should do. Came out good, thank you.
For Johan, who says, I can't identify eggs over the phone. Says, I can't identify. Says, I can't identify eggs over the phone. Which, you know what, fair. Which, you know.
Yeah, it was fine. There it is. Okay. I can't identify. I can't identify. Hear me, Saruman. I can't identify eggs over the phone. Be gone from this realm.
Says, I can't identify eggs over the phone. Which, you know what, fair. The egg hatches into a fully...
As much as I'm worried it's gonna be an overused bit of Johan fucking bailing on him, I like just Snake doesn't say anything, he's just staring. It's still set to receiving. Clearly there's more for you to say, right?
You know what, fair. The egg hatches into a fully grown...
And then we have... this and this and this and these as well.
I remember seeing a hang glider at Thanksgiving.
You sure do. Is hang glider one word? How the fuck is it 2 words? Hang glider. Hang glider's near me. It's 2 words. Chat. I don't know why I decided to target that at chat. Does look weird as 1 word. I feel like it's either. Everything I saw online was 2 words. Yeah, fuck you, chat. Hyphenated. Blah.
I remember seeing a hang glider at Thanksgiving. This game takes place on Christmas Eve, by the way.
Sure does.
I remember seeing a hang...
Sorry, boss. I forgive you this time, but you're on thin ice. Thin ice. Okay. Can I... Yeah, this is... I can just do... Wait. Right, that's fine. Fuck it. Is he on thin ice too? Yep. He's on even thinner ice for reasons I can't disclose publicly on stream yet. Under NDA, you understand. Radio receive. And radio snake. And a radio holly. And a radio holly frequency. And a radio text box. I've made this so easy for myself. Yeah. Actually, let me just copy this over to
Good
here.
intel. Thanks, Ollie. Snake.
That is a good intel. I guess it's fine. Whoop, whoop. What the fuck is happening there? Okay. It's just like there. 137, 29. Probably doesn't matter to be the exact frame it was at, but. Okay. Campbell, Snare Clips, and Peanut Give him did a song for it. Song for what? Oh, Amazing Digital. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Do love me some Snipper Clips and Piku Niku. He also did some music for Omori. Radio text box. Radio Madnar.
I remember seeing a hang glider at Thanksgiving. This game takes place on Christmas
Probably
Eve, by
should have
the way.
done that before I copied it over. Not to do it again. And that.
I remember seeing a hang glider at Thanksgiving. This game takes place.
That's good intel. Thanks, Ollie.
Send.
I remember seeing a hang glider at Thanksgiving. This game takes place.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing a hang glider at Thanksgiving. This game takes.
I always have to zoom in and make sure I didn't fuck it up because it wants to snap to there. Alright. I just like was trimming my beard and accidentally grabbed a chunk of it. I have a very shitty trimmer, but it grows back in like 2 days, so. Sounds like Isaac music. Yeah, it's a bit heavier. Peanut 3's second song, it's not on its third. Oh, yeah. I know they could have done like a Goat Simulator kind of thing, and like, because then there was never a Goat Simulator 2. They just went from Goat Simulator 1 to 3. Reason.
That's a good.
Anyway.
Remember seeing a hang glider at Thanksgiving. This game takes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need burst screenshot web.
I remember.
I don't know if I should use the actual like bird screech stock sound that it's like the Wilhelm scream of birds. I think I talked about it before, but let's use the RPG. I don't remember. We should do the something. Might have. I need a color in this bird still.
I remember seeing a hang glider at Thanksgiving. This game takes place on Christmas Eve, by the way.
And I guess they celebrate American Thanksgiving for some reason.
That's good intel. Thanks, Ollie.
Mm-hmm. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. No, very. Oh, gotcha. The sound of a red hawk that we whitewashed as the bald eagle. It's been whitewashed into every other bird other than what it is. And I don't even know enough about birds to speak about that. That's a good intel. Sure. Thanks. Yeah, I guess it's fine. It's just all very clustered on the left. They make a little squeak. A lot of birds make good noises.
That's a good intel.
I could. E. Yeah, that, as soon as I do that, I'm like, I guess I could just fuck with it. Just feels bad to fuck with it. Cheat the kerning. Yeah, I could also cheat the kerning rather than moving it around like that. Liar birds, because they make whatever noise you make. That's not what I sound like. That's not what I sound like. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
That's a good intel. Thanks, Ollie.
Do I want to try squishing it together too? Just a little squish. Does make it a little more snug. Maybe -12.
That's a good.
I mean, what helps is it's the only line on the screen, so you're not going from this to this to be like, oh, that's in a very different position and been scorched in a very upsetting manner to me. I, a fan of consistency, hate that you've made this slightly different. Wait, why is it... Wait, it really is more... Isn't it more? I guess not. It feels like it's more spread out, but I guess it's not. Let's just line it up like there. Yeah. Yeah, well, what up? What? Wait. That's good enough. Yup.
That's a good intel. Thanks, Ollie.
Perfect. And it's, well, yeah. It is kind of up against that side there, so. Moving on a little bit. Okay. Good. Do. You must be Ames. You must be Ames down sights. Owls are fun. Owls are extremely silly. Whenever the photos of owls that have been like given a bath, and they're just like, there's like, of all this volume, there's like something this big in there, and it just has giant fucking eyes and it looks so pathetic and sad. It's my favorite thing.
That's a good intel. Thanks, Ollie.
Snake hang glides
There we go.
For some reason. That's a good intel. Thanks, Ollie.
Snake hang glides to the northern half of the base and
Nice. Was there another codec call? Actually, I could check. Well, this won't really work the way I want it to. Because I can see in my roughs here, radio. Rough radio kernel. Okay, yeah, they should only be in the resolve import. If I see, like, rough locker closed, some of those are gonna be still used in the real project. So as long as they just say resolve, that means I've grabbed them all. Oh, there's a Marv. Huh? There's a rough Marv here? Is he up above? Rough radio Marv. Where? Where? Oh, in the resolve import. Huh? What? Was that I clicked on? I think I've confused myself, which has never happened before. Okay. Resolve import. Did I? If what? No. Miller. Rough radio Miller. Yeah. He's up there and I haven't deleted him. That's what it was. I got myself confused. I was like, I don't think it makes sense that there wouldn't be anything there and then it's gone. Rough radio. Oh, but that's... What? Oh, that's in roughs. That's fine. Yeah, I still need to draw that, or color it in, rather. I also might tweak that snake profile. We'll see. Okay. Then I think we're good with that. How's that? Feels pretty good.
Bad snake. Get in there.
and climbs into
Did a lot more radio stuff. I mean, I expected to because I finally cleaned it up.
Let
But
me introduce you to your support team, Snake.
it wouldn't be that hard to create a little animated loop of the little frequency thing going up and down, but I didn't want to. And also, I'll probably do that for Metal Gear Solid. So I was like, let's do it then.
Introduce you to your support team, Snake. You remember your old drill sergeant, Master Miller?
Hey, Snake, like my sunglasses? You can hear them over the radio.
Oh my god, Mr. Miller, hi!
And this is Johan Jakobsen. He's a zoologist.
It's very good to meet you, Snake. Did you know snakes like food?
No, I did not.
Then his radio goes beedly deep and he goes,
How'd you get this number?
and this lady goes, I'm Holly White. I'm a journalist and I've been undercover here for a month. Let me help you. And Snake goes,
Are you tall? You sound tall.
and she goes, what? But just then, Snake walks into a door and goes,
That's all pretty good. And all this is the same. Yeah, that all needs to be done still.
Boss is alive?
beedly deep, it's Holly. I've been captured. Wing. Snake rescues her and he goes,
I think the extra H was the right call. The extra H really carries the scene.
I've been captured. Wing. Snake rescues her and he goes, I knew you were tall. And she goes, there's a carrier pigeon on the roof with a clue. And Snake says, yes, of course. He finds the pigeon and goes, now what do I do? So he calls animal expert Johan, who says, pigeons like peas. Over and out. Alright. So Snake puts a bag of peas on his head and grabs the pigeon, and it has a note tied to its leg that says, we so high. Snake, sometimes it helps to look at things from a different perspective. Oh, it's an upside-down radio frequency. Oh, of course, that's a good puzzle.
I haven't drawn this yet. It should look more clearly like a frequency. Anyway.
Snake? I see. 140.5. Snake.
Seeing it again, I think I don't like the upside-down text here, but him being upside down will sell the bit.
I see. 140.5. Snake calls it and...
Halo, kdo tam je? Jak jste našli tuhle frekvenci? Našel jste oba se vzkazem. Můžete mi pomoct? Mluvíte česky?
I don't know what you're saying.
I'm Dr. Madnar. By the way, Marv can only speak Czech and Slovak. He's also very shy. Find Gustava Hefner. She evaded capture and is now disguised as an ex.
I think I want, I think this should, well, so many layers here. I like this having a exclamation. Because he's excited about it.
Find Gustava Hefner.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Snake upside down, but I don't want to just... We'll see. I could just take his thing and spin upside down right now, but at the very least I want the smoke trail still going up. So he's upside down, but like, it's fine. I'll figure it out.
Gustava Hefner. She
Let me go back a little bit more.
I'm Dr. Madnar. By the way, Marv can only speak Czech and Slovak. He's also very shy. Find Gustava Hefner. She evaded capture and is now disguised as an enemy soldier, which means there's simply no way to... Wait, I know! Ambush her in the women's bathroom! This is a good and normal idea I just had.
Isn't that kind of a bad idea? And so Snake hides in a bucket in the women's bathroom and hops out when a guard enters, and look, it's Gustava. She goes, Jesus Christ, what are you? And Snake goes, hey, you won figure skating at the 1988 Winter Olympics, didn't you? And Gustava says, that's an odd thing to say. And Snake says, I'd never forget a perfect triple sow cow. Excuse me.
Je tam někdo?
Wait, Dr. Marv?
Dostával si to ty?
Yes.
Drží mi to celé na základě na severu.
Okay.
Pomozte mi, prosím.
He says he's being held in a
Thank you,
detention
Discus
center to the-
Odyssey. I have everything to thank from people that reposted my post online about it. And I meant to actually properly credit this is the username Vahist. The second H is silent. So it's Vahist. Vahist. And yeah, he's the one who recorded for Marv in Czech, and he's got his own YouTube channel. He's got a very fun video that I do want to grab. And if you're like me and you don't speak Czech, that's fine. It has English subtitles. But it's him walking through like his experience learning the Deus Ex speedrun. Let me try to find it. There it is. It's called Trying to Speedrun Deus Ex 2000. And I genuinely just really enjoyed watching this video. Singing out to oh god. So it's a 20-minute video of just him breaking down his experience learning the Deus Ex speedrun, as well as like actually walking through the run and explaining some of the tricks. And he speedran Deus Ex at AGDQ 2025. So, by all accounts, a legit cool dude. And very appreciative of his time, as well as everyone else that reached out and was like, I speak Czech. And people send me vocal samples and stuff. It was very neat and also very strange, because I have plenty of experience recording stuff for myself. But I've never really asked for people to contribute like this before, so it was kind of a learning process for me as well. And it was a weird position to find myself in, of like having to coach someone else and getting people being like, here's my stuff. It's like, it was neat. It was very fun. Oh wow. And now voiceover director, which is almost as hard as being a voice actor. Because being a voice actor, you have to, it sounds easy till you try to do it, where someone's like, okay, I like what you did, but make it more like this. But subtly, because it needs to be believable, is really hard to do. harder than you might think until you actually have someone giving you that feedback. And then voice direction is also really hard because it's like, you know, I'm sitting here, I'm like, okay, do it again, but like this. But like, you know, like that third, also there wasn't a language barrier, he's fluent in English, but like, he's translating things into Czech and then saying them, I'm like, does it make sense, like, grammatically, Czech language-wise, to like put the emphasis here, you know, or have it rise in tone at the end? And it was an interesting conversation. It was like, well, you know, like, this would make sense, this wouldn't. When we were trying, like, when Marv gets kidnapped and he goes, Alane, we had a interesting conversation about that.
He's kidnapped and taken.
Because that, like, does work, but on the other. And he's like, well, this would work if it was, like, more old-timey, as, like, a more old-fashioned way of saying something in surprise. And it was, I kind of wish I recorded the whole conversation. I didn't. I just got his audio, but it was fun. And going to video directing. Yeah, I mean, they're overlapping skills. Being able to communicate the specific nuance of, like, what you want, how you want to voice the sound. But it's like, I'm not a professional voice director. I've never done it before. He's not a professional voice actor. He's just made a couple YouTube videos. By his own admission. I'm not assigning that to him. He said many times, like, I am not a voice actor, and that's fine. It's not what I was looking for, even. So, it was cool. Don't like you don't have hands. Exactly. Voice acting, and that's what I've run into, even though almost everything I do is for myself. I've recorded a few things for other people for projects and stuff like that, but, you know, I'll record it for myself. I wrote the script. I'm recording it myself. I'm my own director. And sometimes I'm like, I cannot, when I wrote it on the page, I had an idea of the energy, and I can't find it. I'm recording all these different takes, all these different styles, and I can't find the actual tone that I'm kind of specifically looking for. And sometimes I have to just try over and over and try to find it. Sometimes I end up changing the script. It's very weird that you have the voice in your head and sometimes it doesn't come out right. Or like, in context, it sounds different. And that's also part of the voice direction. It's like, well, this is what I want, but now that we're hearing it, it's not right. So now we need to change it. And so with this specifically, it was like, on top of that, he's having to, and I'm not saying here's the line, translate it. I'm like, I want it to make sense in Czech. So here's like an example of that is this conversation here. Part of what he's saying in here is, did you get the message from the bird? Because the game doesn't really explain it as far as I know, but like there was this message from the pigeon that says, "We so high," and that's his frequency. And I was like, I think he could say something about like, did you get the bird's message? And he's like, well, the way possessives work in Czech, like it should be like this. And he was like, also, if I just say the Czech word for bird, people think I'm talking about like it's slang for, I believe he said bird is kind of slang for a woman, which it is in English as well, but you know, in like a different kind of context. So he's like, saying bird wouldn't really, people would take it a different way than if I say pigeon specifically. So I was like, yeah, then we'll use the Czech word for pigeon more specifically. Have you ever heard that before? It's not like a modern day slang, but bird, or like bird-like language has been slang for women. It is more of a, I think it used to be an Americanism as well, but it's fallen out of favor like half a century ago. It might still be active in British English, but it's a lot of work. Yeah, it's just like, well, you can directly translate this, but it might not make sense, or people might take it. Yeah, it's old time, exactly. But I don't know, languages are interesting, and so again, to sit down with this dude and talk to him about. But again, it's like I was saying, here's like roughly, here's the context of the scene. Here's what Marv's going through. He needs to be talking about, like when he talks over the radio, he needs to say, "I'm being held to the north," but he doesn't specifically have to say detention center. He could say, "I'm being held at the base. I'm being held at the facility to the north." Like, whatever makes the most sense. I'm kind of working together to find the language that fits. Was why I wanted a Czech speaker. It's like, not just because I won't be able to pronounce it for shit. It's also because, like, the end result, for whatever percentage of the audience that sees this can speak Czech, or at least understand it. I want it to make sense. And I'm not really going to go out of my way to translate it, because, like, the context clues tells you enough. Like, I would hope that, you know, you don't need me to subtitle it with like, here's what he's exactly saying. You can probably figure out. Like, it's not, there's no extra jokes or gotchas or hidden things. It's very straightforward, because that's what I like. So, never check my yeah, vocabulary support. Yeah, we say chick. We still say chick to refer to women, and a chick is a very bird adjacent language, right? So it still lives on in that sense. Boyd, yeah. Gotta tail the Boyd. Tell me what she knows. So, anyway, that's all fine there. He does this. The explosion now maybe looks better.
Go first, and he heads across. Gustava follows when suddenly, kaboosh! A missile flies in and blows up the bridge and Gustava.
Yeah, it
Snake
works.
goes, Gustava, no. And she goes, you were right.
The other thing is that I realized, maybe it's fine. But I have the little wispy smoke trails
Bridge
here.
and Gustava.
And then we cut back, they're gone. And I was thinking of re-adding them, but like, do we need them?
And a big old robot comes stomping into partial view. It's
I could like have them and then they fade away. So it doesn't look like a mistake for the 2 people that noticed that. Let's see. The bridge.
and she dies. Meanwhile,
Because at least what I could do is have these memorizing modernizing modernity, thoroughly modern modernity.
and she dies. Meanwhile, Dr. Madnar is getting dragged.
Yeah, what if I had them like this and then just kind of slowly faded them away,
And she died.
like to there, and then slowly.
She dies. Meanwhile, Dr. Madnar is getting dragged away by some guards. And a big old robot comes stomping.
Is that just more distracting than anything else? Oh, it did that.
He dies. Meanwhile, Dr. Madnar is getting dragged away by some guards. And a big old robot comes stomping into partial view. It's Metal Gear D. Snake! It's me!
I think that's fine. Also, he still sounds loud as fuck, because I need to render out the audio from DaVinci. He does a 360 and cartwheels away. Yeah, I do like his...
And a big old...
You're not gonna be looking at him because there's gonna be a text pop-up of Dr. Madnar left the party. How's that look in context?
across. Gustava follows when suddenly, kaboosh! A missile flies in and blows up the bridge and Gustava! Snake goes, Gustava, no! And she goes, you were right. I was the figure skating gold medalist. I tried to defect to the US with my fiance, Frank Hunter. But we were caught, and I was stripped of my medals.
No, you can't die. You're too hot.
That's why I had to leave the ice. And she dies. Meanwhile, Dr. Madnar is getting dragged away by some guards. And a big old robot comes stomping into partial view. It's Metal Gear D. Snake!
Yeah, I think it works.
It's me, Gray Fox. Gray Fox, what are you...
It's some decent continuity. And that's all the same as before. And then this.
I remember seeing a hang glider at Thanksgiving. This game takes place on Christmas Eve, by the way. And I guess they celebrate American Thanksgiving for some reason. That's a good intel. Thanks, Ollie. Snake hang glides to the north.
Yeah, you wouldn't really know unless you specifically were looking of like, hey, is that slightly more scrunched together than the older text? It's fine.
No, thanks, Ollie. Snake hang...
Although I want to nudge it a little left. Just a tiny hair overboard. It feels more centered. All right.
Tell. Thanks,
Maybe 2 is a Christmas game. It is. It is a Christmas Eve video game.
Ollie. Snake hang glides...
Okay. I haven't touched this in a bit. It's all still good. What the fuck is
egg
this?
Protected
Oh yeah, the lasers. Yeah.
expert Johan, who says, I can't identify eggs over the phone. Which, you know what, fair. The egg hatches and
It does. And then that's good.
calls and says, wow, that sounds like the highly poisonous Zanzibar hamster. Oh, hold up. Pizza guy's here. Ooh, cheese. And Snake goes, cheese, of course, and lures the hamsters out with...
It's insane. That might be the dumbest thing that I've done so far. That's all fine. Yeah.
And it's the Colonel, who says, oh, by the way, Gray Fox's real name is Frank Jaeger. Jaeger is German for hunter. Frank Hunter? You were Gustava's fiance.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, cool. I think that's a decent place to leave things for now. Oh, this song is too. What do I want? There you go. Yeah. Decent chunk of video done. Happy Merry Gear. Man, it's exactly Merry Gear. Put the world famous Zanzibar hamster. You should. Put some venomous Zanzibar hamsters in there. Okay, grab this. I kind of was able to get used to it, but it is tricky. I haven't really worked on Metal Gear 1 in a hot minute, but Metal Gear 1 is just such a simpler game. Oh, another, I guess maybe there's one more thing we could try real quick. I'll wait to do it here, but here,
Dr. Alan in the armor. Here, and I helped Marv get kidnapped.
Oh, but I haven't put this together yet. I don't know if I want to right now. I'm lazy. But, I did make, this. Wow. Wow. And, wow. Sure. Yeah, I don't know where he's gonna wind up, so I'm not gonna animate it yet because I need to kind of build up to that point. But when he falls through the trapdoor,
Wait, what? Why would you? But just then.
but I have made a trapdoor, which is like this, and yeah, it might need to be scaled up wherever it ends up going. But the idea is that Snake can fall between it, and then I mask it. So he's going behind that line. And that's sort of where I can mask him and get wedged in there. So I tried to do it as a smooth grading. It looked weird, so I did like these actual stripes. And I think it looks alright. It just has to... Nah, I don't want to overthink it, so... But, have that now. So that's good. Because I need that for both Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2. Weirdly, there's several trapdoors that randomly open up. There's, that trapdoor where he falls and lands in front of Metal Gear D.
And drops him right in front of Metal Gear D.
There's that, and then both Metal Gear 1 and 2 have Scientist who's like, ho ho ho, I've tricked you. Yeah, this. Oh no, that's only Metal Gear 1. Because this time it turns in Metal Gear 1, he goes, ho ho ho, I've tricked you. Where is he? There he is, yeah.
Snake, come over here. Yeah.
Come closer. But then he goes, as the trapdoor opens up beneath his feet and he falls to his death. But the pit isn't all that...
So, that also will open up under him. So, yeah, there's that. Legend of Skill and Charybdis analysis is probably based on the Strait of Messina between Italy and Sicily. There you go. Anyway, even though I did yap about unrelated things for like an hour at the start of stream, so I arguably only did like 4 hours today, but I think a lot of it's turned out really good. It's just funny that I'm like, oh man, I spent 2 days making art and finishing stuff and coloring things in, and then it takes way less time to actually put it in, which is good. But then I'm like, oh, I've ran out. There are still bits of this I could work on right now, but there's enough that I'm like, I need to make some more stuff, make some more things that are missing, and then I can slap together. Does he survive? Yep. He sure does. In Metal Gear Solid 4, he is referenced. In Metal Gear Solid 4, Raiden shows up as a cyborg ninja, and he blows up, and he's bleeding white blood all over the place. Yeah, you missed it at the time, but he's perfect parrying them. And Raiden is dying, and they're like, we need to help him. I don't remember the exact situation, but he's like, oh, we gotta send Raiden to Dr. Madnar. He'll be able to help him. Which, if you were like me playing MGS4 with no real knowledge of 1 and 2, you're like, okay, sure. But now I'm gonna point to be like, that's Dr. Madnar! I think when I played MGS4 on stream, I might have pointed about it. I don't remember. It's too long. He fucked up, he took some chip damage. Yeah, and also he's like 1,000 years old. So, he's only got like 1 HP. Thanks for hanging, chat. I really appreciate it. I as I always say, You know, obviously I appreciate people joining for any stream, but whenever I'm like working on stream, I just really appreciate anyone who's hanging out and keeping me company, providing ideas and feedback and stuff. Helps the process. I enjoy sharing the process, but also makes the end product better. So, thank you. Dr. Madnar, who's that? Who could that? I know, it'd be funny if Snake was like, who the hell is Dr. Madnar? I think I'd remember a Dr. Madnar who says, I'm Dr. Madnar. Been fun. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, and also happy Juneteenth, everybody. What the hell, Afra? He's got his Madnars. His Madnards. Dr. Gnar? I'm gonna get caught up real quick. I read these as they came in. Thank you very much. 1,000 tomatoes. Thanks for 8 months. Thanks for the Prime. Pital Charite also with 11 months and a Prime. I remembered my Prime. You gotta use your Prime. Did you know that Weeb streams? You could go to twitch.tv/rweeb there yet and use your Prime sub that's just sitting there and get some Weeb motes. You could do that. And follow Weeb while you're there. Atomic Trickstar. Thanks for 58 months. Love editing streams. They motivate me to start on the chores I've been putting off for too long. Keep up the good work. Excited to see the final video. Thank you. I'm trying to keep it up. The end is in sight. There's still a lot left to do, but it feels really good to every time I sit down to, especially like again, the last 2 days I spent a lot of time working in Photoshop. But whenever I'm working in Premiere actively, it's like a lot, like solid chunks. Like I could line up all of the codec calls that we did today and like some of the bathroom stuff, and it might add up to like a minute, right? Like I don't know overall of all the work from today, but like. I don't know, even if it's like less than a minute out of a 16-minute video, I only need a couple days like that, and it's like really comes across. Makes a lot of. If I make me so I have a time up. Weeb just automatically times you out. Killer Chair, thanks for the raid. Steven Kiss, thanks for 3 years. Hi, I'm Dr. Madnar. What? You're Dr. Madnar? Captain Disco, thanks for 93 months. Smudge the Goblin, thanks for a raid. JJ Wildheart, thanks for 89 months. Also, this song is fucking ridiculous. Yetagodi, thanks for 84 months. 7 years. Cinema Coco, thanks for 13 months. Premier, adjective, first of importance, rank or quality. Yeah. How many times did it crash on me today? Don't touch turbulent displacement, apparently. Kayla Dragon, thanks for 85 months. Happy belated 28th birthday. Nevets, thanks for 10 months and a very good pun. Tracker, give this up to Mubot. And Afra, with 101 months in a tier 2. If months were dogs, I'd be an ancillary Disney character. 101 Dogmatians. Thank you. I'm gonna raid out to somebody. Thanks so much for hanging. I'll be back on Sunday. I know last time I was like, I'll be back on Thursday, and then I wasn't, but there's a chance that might happen. I might, as I'm working on the video, there just might be stream days where I'm like, I've decided to not stream and just work off stream for various reasons. So I'll try to give a heads up, and as always, I post about it on the Discord. I try to leave a message in the chat. I don't want anyone coming by and not immediately knowing whether or not they're stream. So, but I will always try to update everybody. What if we raided? We timed out Red Panic for 639 seconds. Holy shit. Let's read Viz. Twitch.tv/InvisiBleGuy is playing some Halo Infinite on Legendary difficulty. Which I never even played the campaign of that. I just played multiplayer for a bit. So let's go have a Halo. Let's go raid about a Halo. Is that raid message H? Yes. If you want to, George, yeah, this is your reminder if you haven't. If you're like, oh, I'll watch it after stream, go watch the Beatles. First of all, go watch Vahist, V-A-H-I-S-H-T, is the Czech, my new Czech friend who is the Deus Ex speedrunner. Go watch his video about Deus Ex. It's very good. Well worth it. And also go watch Beatles in Ocarina of Time. Do I have links? I do. Shit. Before the raid goes, I don't know. The Beatles thing you might be able to find more easily on your own. Deus Ex. Yeah. That's not it. That's not it. The raid's gonna go. shit. This is the Deus Ex video. Yeah. Yeah, I can put links in the Discord as well. Have a good one. And that's the Beals one. We gotta remove the question mark SI. That's tracking number. You don't want that. Get it out of there. Thanks. Have a good one. Get the fuck out of here. Bye. Have a good weekend. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. Hope you're enjoying whatever. Hope you're having a good time. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. And H. Goodbye.